Ahoy, shipmates! Always brings up the VTS radio when I ahoy. Right, shipmates, we are here today for 4 ships. Where's my list button? Here we go. Oh, it's not working. It worked earlier. Oh dear. Oh, there we go. I've been adding kit and it's not doing the right thing. Here we go. Here is the list for the 4 ships today. We have the Arcadia due away any moment now. Then we have the Queen Mary 2 at 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock the Seas Splendor, then at 8:30 Arvia. More than likely have a galley break somewhere, probably between Seas Splendor and Arvia. But we have on our screens the stern of Arcadia. And while I'm on the subject, I'm the captain of the Solent Ships YouTube channel, and with me today is our special guest, Fraser, from Fraser at Sea. Ahoy, Fraser. Very well, very well. Yep, we are live. I can hear you perfectly well. There will be a delay between, if you're streaming the stream, it will look a bit behind for you, probably about 10-15 seconds or so. It is. It's not been the best of weather. I popped out earlier and it wasn't very warm. So it's 16C, which is a June. It's not really June weather, is it? And we've got a strong wind from the north as well. Oh, hang on. Someone's saying you can't hear Fraser. Okay. Right, let me see. Should be able to hear you. Yeah, exactly. Okay, hang on. Let me just. Well, we're just waiting for the ship anyway, so there's no rush. Ooh, what's going on here? That it did work when I tried it before. Possibly that. Let's try that.
Shall I try and speak now?
I think we've got you now, Fraser.
Ah, perfect. I'm going to have to repeat all the same jokes all over again.
No, yes. They were good jokes. They deserve a second run.
Yeah, hopefully if any shipmates can let us know in the chat if you can hear me now. I'm the one with the very different accent to the captain.
Yes, it's that nice Birmingham accent you've got there, isn't it? Yeah.
Loud and clear, Deborah. Thank you very much.
Great, marvellous. Sorry about that, shipmate. So I was trying to do something clever, and as always, clever catches the better of me.
Here we are. We're here now. We were just saying about the fact Southampton is looking a little bit grey on the cameras. I'm hearing an equally grey Birmingham at the moment.
Excellent. They can all hear. Yes, it is. It's not been very pleasant weather at all. Not been very pleasant weather at all. So we've got 4 ships departing this evening. Which ones have you been on?
So I have made it onto the Queen Mary 2, which I suspect I'll be telling you about shortly.
Excellent.
And I've also cruised on Arcadia. So I've been on both of them. I haven't been on Arvia, but I have been on Iona, which is obviously a very similar ship in the same class. And unfortunately, I haven't made it on Seas Splendor, but one can dream for now.
Oh yes, yeah. I'd certainly say that would be an objective of mine. Would be to try and get on one of the Seas Splendors or one of the other ones. The other, what's the other one called? I forget the cruise line now. There are some.
Have you made it onto any of the ships leaving tonight?
I've been on the. I'm trying to think now.
They all roll into one, don't they?
Well, I've been on Iona, so that's like say the counterpart to Arvia. Trouble is, I've been on a few days where you visit them. You do a day's visit in port, so I sort of forget which ones I've visited. Because it's not really. I didn't really spend very long on there. It's just a half a day sort of thing, wandering around the ship. So,
Yeah.
So no, I think only. So I don't think I've been on any of these actually.
Oh,
So you
brilliant.
have to tell me all about them.
I'll take you on a tour as we leave.
Yes, excellent. I don't suppose you can hear the radio, can you?
I can at the moment, no.
Yeah, okay. I've just realised
But
that.
I do have the YouTube stream muted, otherwise that would be chaos in my ears.
Yeah, I'll have to think about. I'll have to rely on the spanners in the chat to let me know what's going on with the radio.
VTS or supply?
Sure.
Yeah, because
We'll supply VTS.
I'm just listening to the radio, so it's just really handy for me to know when the ships are singling up and leaving. It looks like Arcadia is moving, I think. So how long have you been cruising then, Fraser?
So I took my first cruise back in 2018. Actually, I jumped on a ship out of Florida as a complete spur of the moment. I've got a spare week visiting a friend, and I'd probably quite like to try a cruise. And to be honest, as soon as I got on the ship, I knew that I just absolutely loved everything about the industry. So yeah, I've done quite a few cruises, and actually my fun fact is last year I spent from March until December essentially living on cruise ships. So I ship hopped all around the world for about 250 nights last year. So I've definitely done my fair share of ships in the last year or so.
250 nights.
Yeah, so
You probably spent more time on board than some of the staff did.
Yeah, it was very strange. I mean, there was even I got off my first ship, which was MSC World Europa, in April, and I got on MSC Meraviglia in October. And the weirdest thing happened, because there was a member of the crew who had been on World Europa who then started a contract on Meraviglia and said, "Oh my goodness, I remember you." And we were just laughing because I hadn't really gone home in between those ships.
So 250 days at sea, that's very impressive. How many ships did you go on in that time?
Yeah, so I think I closed off about 19 different ships. And yeah, I did look at it and thought, do I look to spend 3 or 4 months on a ship at one time? And I ended up thinking, do you know what? No, I want to see as many ships and as many cruise lines and as many products as I can. So that ultimately allowed me to bring so many ships onto my YouTube channel. And yeah, I spent the shortest amount of time was 4 nights on a Virgin cruise out of Miami.
Oh, right.
The longest time was 21 nights on World Europa and 21 nights with Holland America. So yeah, it was quite the year. I was definitely an expert in a cruise ship buffet by the end of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, so did you have to work out in the gym to try and stave off the...
Oh, I mean, I used to always say I would definitely go to the gym to take some photos and capture a video of it, but when you're on the ships that length of time, if you don't go to the gym, you're in trouble. So yeah, definitely.
So 250 days on cruise ships. What was the highlight?
Oh, good question. Now, I was very fortunate in that I managed to tick off quite a few parts of the world that I just didn't think I would get to see. So I managed to do both the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal within the same year.
Excellent.
And I think they were probably highlights. And I mean, the Panama Canal, if you've ever had the ability to see that, is just absolutely mind-boggling. You're just thinking back to watching, it was Cunard's Queen Elizabeth I took through the canal.
Right.
And when you're standing on the decks looking at this canal lock and thinking, oh my goodness, we're about to go through there, it's just absolutely remarkable.
Yes, there's not a lot of space between the edge of the ships, is there, and the land.
Yeah, I can see in the chat at the moment there's quite a few questions about my accent coming up
is there?
at the moment.
Oh, right.
So I probably should come clean that I am originally from Scotland, so I grew up close to Glasgow, so that's probably the twang that you're all detecting at the moment. And I've lived in England now for 5 years, so I don't quite have an English accent yet, but a lot of my friends at home think my voice has completely changed over the
No,
last 5 years. So,
really?
yes, believe it or not, this is me losing my accent.
Gosh, blimey, that's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, but going back to your earlier question, the Panama Canal is just unbelievable. And when you look at the history of it and the lives that it took to build is just absolutely incredible to look at.
Yes, that's true. Yes, there was a lot of people who used to try and dig that massive canal. I know. There's I remember reading about it. I think there's some potential problems, wasn't there, with the labour used and all various different problems.
Yeah, I think they had a huge issue with back then. At that point in time, it would have been all sorts of tropical diseases that were
Yeah,
also
that's
heading
it.
right through the workforce. So
Yeah,
I think we're quite fortunate the world we live in now, aren't we?
yeah. I don't remember if they used prisoners or convicts or something. It was a long time ago since I read about it, but it doesn't sound the best.
Yeah. Yeah, if you choose the right cruise line for a Panama Canal cruise, they do a fantastic job of lecturing you as you go through, but unfortunately it's one of them where you listen to it and it's fascinating at the time, but how much of it can you recall in detail
Yeah,
6 months later?
yeah. So that was the highlight then. So what was the low light?
Can I say coming home?
Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable.
Yeah, I think that the low light was definitely, in a way, it was coming home, but at the same time, I came back at a lovely time. So I took the Queen Mary 2 home for Christmas, and the ship was absolutely gorgeous. But I think for me, it was more when I sort of got to January and thought, oh my goodness, that's the whole of last year has just disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yeah,
Yeah,
it is
that's
also very difficult when you do long-term cruise travel, and I mean, I am a bit of a home bird, to be honest. So when you've been on the road or on the sea for 3, 4 months, and you just think, do you know what? I'd love to be at home now, and I'd just love to spend a night in my own bed. It's a bit of a difficult concept to be thousands of miles away in the middle of the ocean.
it is. I mean, if you were back to back, I mean, I would just thinking from a logistical point of view, I'd run out of space on my laptop to copy all the data across from the various different things I'm filming.
Oh, I know. The amount of times I was running around cities trying to find good enough internet connections
Well,
to
yeah, I bet.
either upload my photos or even to upload a YouTube video. You know, it was taking hours of sitting in a hotel cafe pleading with them to let you stay.
Yeah, I bet. Oh, it's a real problem, isn't it? And then what would be the other problems I would think you might have? Laundry. I mean, I guess you've got laundry on board the ship, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of added or hidden costs that jump up on you when you do long-term cruise ship travel. So you've got the joy of gratuities going on your account every day for the majority of cruise lines, and yeah, things like laundry. You really have to plan how you do that. So I had it down to a relatively fine art by the end of it, and when I planned my adventure, if you like, when I planned my year, you actually still needed to get COVID tests for a lot of cruise ships.
Oh, right.
So I actually planned to spend 1 night or 2 nights on land in between each ship. So I would usually, if I was in Europe, I would disembark in Barcelona with a suitcase rammed full of dirty washing to run around the city and find somewhere to wash it before getting on my next ship. Because, yeah, if you're doing cruise ship laundry every week for $30 a load, it soon builds up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, even just staying connected with the outside world, when you look at Wi-Fi on ships, it's now that Starlink exists, it's a bit better than it was before, but you know, you've got to pay for it, and it's quite a price to be
It
paying that
is.
for all year.
Yeah, I've noticed that some of the ships it's quite a lot, and some of the ships it's not as much. I didn't bother because I just used the 4G in port and didn't bother when I was at sea. But then obviously when you're at sea, you've got nothing at all.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So a lot of people had said to me about, you know, why don't you get mobile satellite connections for your laptop? But as soon as you go out to sea, apparently they don't work. So yeah, I travelled a lot with like travel eSIMs that you put in your phone, and then you get data in other countries, and that was good.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're at sea, it's quite difficult. But then my argument is you should feel okay closing off from the outside world because you're on a cruise ship.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's
Yeah.
plenty of other things to do on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, I have not seen any movement yet from Arcadia, and I don't have the radio on. I don't know if any of the Spanner Bay Blue, I don't know if he's listening to the radio. I can check, see if anyone's
Yeah, she
listening.
seems to be very firmly attached to the dock still at the moment.
Yes. There's a lovely sailing boat down in Cowes here. Absolutely wonderful. I saw it from Leek Beach.
Oh, wow.
I think that's one of the ones I was looking at was from 1901. I don't know how old this one is. This is
Wow.
Elena of London.
Okay.
Yeah, I get a whole lot of interesting crafting.
Yeah, I thought I'd see if I could give that a quick Google, but unfortunately I'm not. Well, I'm getting one from 2009. That could be what we're looking at the moment.
Could be. Yeah.
Looks absolutely beautiful in the pictures anyway.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of boats out there at the moment. It's not been very good for pleasure boating. Maybe. If it's. I mean, we've got the tug. I think it's one of your Scottish name, the Craigleith.
Oh, it definitely will be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one there with the green. So that's she's lurking around the dock head. So I'm wondering what is the wind speed.
So Arcadia will be in safe hands, being led out by the Scottish, is what you're trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, absolutely. Don't normally get tugs unless the wind's around 20 knots. Doesn't look like it's windy enough, but I don't know.
Yeah, it looks fairly calm. What I'm seeing at the moment.
Right. Oh, so when did you start your YouTube channel then?
Yeah, so I started my YouTube channel a couple of years ago now. I think it was coming out of COVID, and to be honest, I didn't really like the concept of me being on YouTube. I was terrified of me going online. And I decided one day do you know what? I'm just going to try it and I'll see if it works. And that would have been about April, May time, 2022, that I first uploaded a video of kind of me taking people on a cruise ship and showing them around. And yeah, since then it's been amazing to watch it grow, and it's been amazing to actually then meet people out on ships who've been following for, in some cases, a couple of years now, which is great. I took a sabbatical from the corporate world, so quite a few people say to me, why on earth did you do that last year? That's something that's quite unusual to come across. So I took a sabbatical from the corporate world and used it as a great opportunity, really, to try and grow my YouTube channel. And yeah, it's been great over the last year.
Excellent. Yeah, it is quite a lot of hard work, isn't it? But
yeah, I mean, it's great when you get to the point where you sort of see it returning, and you build a community. But certainly the concept of running a YouTube channel while traveling is is very, very tricky, just due to the fact that you don't have stable connections, and you've got loads and loads of data and limited time to edit. But we've got there. We're now out the other side of it, and we're still going.
Brilliant. Yes, I find trying to live stream. I keep trying to live stream from other locations, and when I go there and test it with my 4G or 5G, it works perfectly. As soon as I try and do it when whatever's going on is happening, the signal just disappears on me. So it's really frustrating.
It's so typical. I would get it last year when I would try and do a live stream of a ship departing the port.
Yeah.
And all day the signal would be perfect on deck, it would be perfect on my balcony,
yeah.
It would even be perfect inside the ship, and then as soon as the engines turned on, it just seemed to kill the signal.
Yeah.
Of course, it's the way of it, isn't it?
I can't work out why this is the case. I don't know if it's because as soon as the ship starts moving, everyone starts picking up their mobile phones and then starts doing things, so it just sucks up all the, you've got 5,000-6,000 people all suddenly pushing buttons on their mobile phone. It suddenly sucks up all the bandwidth in the area. I don't know.
Yeah, knowing my luck, you've got 4,000 people trying to do a YouTube live stream.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. Excellent. Well, that's good. So it's growing well, your channel. I've noticed. I see lots of your videos pop up.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's been really great over the last few months in particular. And one thing that I'm really really glad that I did last year was try such a variety of ships. And over the last couple of months, the American market have started to find my channel, which has been, I think, a direct result of cruising with Carnival Cruise Line and even doing the likes of Cunard over out of Long Beach, California. And when you start adding these more obscure itineraries for Brits to head off on, like the 3-nighters out of Los Angeles and whatnot, yeah, you suddenly expose yourself to a new market. So it's been amazing to see the channel growing over the last couple of months. And actually, I got off my final ship last year in December, which was, as I said earlier, the Queen Mary 2. And I actually thought when I got off that, I wonder if my channel might actually slow down now. But the reality was, by the time I got off that ship, I was only halfway through my content because I only do 2 videos a week at the moment. So it's been brilliant to see the growth continue, even although I'm now sitting here with a big frown on my face, living back on land again.
Oh dear, oh dear. So what are you? Have you got any plans for this year then?
Yeah, so I've got quite a few at the moment. Unfortunately, I can't give too much away because
No, sure.
I can see some of my Patreon members in the chat at the moment, and I always promise them that they'll hear first.
Of course, yes, yeah, I understand.
But yeah,
you've got a few trips planned for this year.
Yeah. So I was on Aurora a few weeks ago, and that was a short cruise. We went over to, where did we go? We went to Zeebrugge and back.
Yeah.
And that was a 3-night trip, which we got disgusting weather when we were in Belgium, and the day at sea coming back was glorious. It was absolutely wonderful. We could have been floating about the Med in the middle of July with the weather we got coming back. My other trips, what do I have planned? I've got a week in the Adriatic, which is going to be great. I've never cruised the Adriatic before. That's going to be out of Athens, actually, so I'll be over there in the height of summer. That's the very end of July, so you'll have to say a prayer for my pale Scottish complexion.
I was just about to.
So yeah, I've got a week or 2 out in the Adriatic, and then I'm planning a bigger trip approaching Christmas. So yeah, I'm sure that I'll be able to find a few more in between. I'm desperate to get on Queen Anne this year as well.
Yeah, I missed out on a visit to Queen Anne. Well, I missed out on 3 visits, I think.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that on your stream. Was that yesterday or was it a few days ago?
Yeah, so there was she was at the Clear conference, which is the crew.
That's right.
Yeah, so she was supposed to be there, but I didn't get a ticket. I didn't get on board, so I didn't get on for that one. Then what was the next one? Then there was an open day, and I applied for that. Didn't even get anywhere with that. Then the third one, I actually applied, got through. Then the agents, then they said, "Oh, excellent. We just need your email and your APTA number and something else. I can't remember what it was." So I emailed back probably about half an hour, 40 minutes later, and then at the end of the day I got an email saying, "Oh, no, it's all booked up."
Oh no. Well, hopefully, who knows? Maybe Cunard, if you're listening, I and the captain would love to join you for lunch.
Absolutely, of course we would. Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Have you managed to get any complimentary visits onto ships?
No, well, no. So do you know, I'm not a member of CLIA yet, and with being so booked up last year, it was something that, to be honest, I just wasn't actually paying any interest in because I wasn't in the country. It's something that, maybe now that the channel's a little bit bigger and I can sort of move around the UK a little bit easier, I might look to explore it, but at the moment I'm focusing on sort of the trips that I've been on and telling my stories from that.
Fair enough, yeah.
How about you? Have you had many visits? You're obviously a stone's throw away from those ships.
Oh yeah, quite literally a stone's throw. Yeah, I'm here in port. Yeah, it's I need to make better use of that. I've got nothing. I haven't got anything planned for this year. I'm trying to do a few other little trips. I'm trying to go across the channel actually on a friend's boat.
Ah, nice.
So that's something I've been trying to organise every year, and it sort of fails. I seem to have the time, but then just as we plan to go, it's his boat, and Captain Marty's busy, and he can't come to work, or got to go to work or something, something awful like that, because he can't arrange it. So I'd like to try and do that. I haven't got anything else arranged. I was looking at a couple of different things actually in the Greek Isles, and these were very small, sort of galleon type ships with
nice.
sort of only 18 people on board. And
Wow.
yeah, it's a little sail ship, and they go from it's a week, and it goes from island to island to bay, and if you want to get involved sailing it, you can. If you don't want to, you don't have to. And you jump off, go for a swim, have lunch in some little Greek island somewhere, and go on. So I was quite interested in doing one of those. So they weren't very expensive either. It was somewhere sort of £700-800 for a week.
Oh, wow. Oh,
But
my
yeah.
goodness. I did the Greek islands last year, and it's another world out there. I was on Rhapsody of the Seas, which is actually one of the oldest Royal Caribbean ships, and I just had the most amazing week out there. It's just so beautiful, every single island.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them, isn't there?
Yeah. I mean, with the large ships, well, even any cruise ships really, you tend to just stick to the most popular ones, so your Mykonos and your Santorinis and whatnot.
That's right.
But you'd be going to some absolutely gorgeous places on a smaller boat.
Oh yeah, that was the objective of that one. Yeah, I mean, I think there's over 6,000 Greek islands. Obviously, not all of them habitable and occupied, populated. But yeah, there's a lot to see on small boats.
Yeah, I remember docking into Santorini and looking at all the postcard pictures before you arrive, and you think, oh my goodness, this is going to be something else. And then you get to the exact spot that someone has taken that incredible picture from, and there's about 9,000 other people also trying to take the same picture.
Is that Santorini? Is that the one with the cable car going?
Yes, so they have the cable car that goes up from the cruise dock, so it's a tender port, so you go in on the tenders and then you get off for the cable car. Or you can take, and I hate it, you can take the donkeys up the hill.
Oh yes.
It's so, the amount of people that climb on these poor donkeys to be heaved up the hill. Or I actually walked up the hill because the cable car line was about 2 hours long, and I didn't want to spend half my port day waiting for a lift up the hill.
Yeah. How long did it take
so-
you? How long did it take you to walk up the hill?
Oh, yeah, a fair while. But my problem is, to be honest, if you put a cruise ship in my line of view, I tend to get very distracted, so I walk about 10 steps and then stop to take another photo. And so I think it probably took me about an hour to get up the Santorini hill, but I've got the camera roll to prove it.
Very good, very good. So I'll just have a quick look at the chat here. I did see someone, shipmate Susan Stutgen. They've said they've arrived in Southampton on Friday, the 7th of June. Disembarked from Queen Anne. Can't wait to embark on one of the Queens again in August. All right, says. Yeah, I've had a lot of good feedback about Queen Anne.
Yeah, I heard very mixed things from the Maiden, but I think that's to be expected from any new ship entering service. But what's great now is that it sounds as though Cunard have got over a lot of those initial teething issues, and the product on board seems to be stabilising now, which is really good. The ship is just absolutely beautiful in photos.
Yeah, I think I was reading something that said that there was quite a lot of P&O staff had been migrated across from other ships, and then obviously lots of new staff. So I think it was just taking a little while to, like you say, get things all running smoothly in shipshape.
Yeah, I think there's only so much they can do before the public come in and it confuses everyone.
Yeah.
But yeah, the product that they are offering on Queen Anne just looks stunning. That class of ship, I cruised on Holland America's Rotterdam. which is, I believe, the same class of ship, and the facilities on there are just next level in comparison to some other ships. They're very controversial. The promenade deck doesn't really have anywhere to sit down, but apart from that, it's probably one of my favourite ship classes actually. Really, really
Okay.
nice.
I went on the Holland America Rotterdam.
Ah, was that recent?
Yeah, last year, 6 months ago or so. It was
What did you think?
a very American. It's not a negative, just an observation. I had a lovely. It was just a ship visit day, so we just blasted around the ship to have a look at it all. Yeah, it was. It was good. There was the food was excellent, I must say.
Yeah, I quite often think that Holland America feel a little to me like an American Cunard.
I think that's a very good way of putting it. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be intrigued. I've actually got a full. It'll be a few months yet. Probably about August time, my Holland America videos will be going live on my YouTube channel to show people what the experience is like. And I think the more that I watch back, the more I just feel like I'm on Queen Elizabeth, but the American version.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I see. Shipmate Gemma Ransom says her flags arrived for Britannia on Friday. We seem to have a bit of a tradition now of shipmates flying obscure county flags from around the country. So.
Yeah, Gemma, you'll have to let us know in the chat what the flag is. I noticed that there was a balcony of Canadians on Queen Anne yesterday that we were admiring as they sailed out.
Yes. I think it was a couple of years ago. There was a Canadian flag on the back of one of the ships almost every time it departed. I don't know if it seemed like someone was permanently sailing on a Canadian. I don't remember who it was.
Maybe that was someone behaving like me, the Canadian version of me, ship hopping.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I don't know if shipmate, my excellent blue spanner, Babe Blue says it's Arcadia be swinging off the dockhead, so he must have heard something on the radio, but no movement as yet. We're getting on to 5 o'clock now, which is going to be.
I wonder if something has happened and we're maybe going to have a slight shift here, because QM2 was due for 5 o'clock, wasn't she? Any movement from her?
I haven't got the radio on, so I'm a bit sort of blindsided, but I think she is moving, actually. I would potentially. Can't see her yet.
We'll turn the camera from the stern of Arcadia and we'll see the Queen Mary 2 disappearing into the distance. We've missed the entire departure.
Yes, Queen Mary 2 is moving, actually. So, yeah, that's very interesting. I can never get these ship movements right. They're always delayed. Well, no, that shouldn't be unfair. It's not desperately in a hurry, are they, to get anywhere? So,
yeah.
Shipmate Jim Bob says Queen Anne is moving. I'm not sure it's Queen Anne that's moving. Might be Queen Mary 2, I think, shipmate.
Queen Anne probably is moving. But
that's true, actually. Yeah, I like the Holland America job. I'm trying. It was a little while ago. They let me sit in the captain's seat in the bridge as well.
Do you know there's only one cruise ship that I've ever made it onto the bridge of, and I would love to get into more because they are fascinating up there, aren't they?
Oh, every time I'm on board, I try, and the line I seem to always get is, "Oh, it's COVID. We don't let anyone onto the bridge anymore."
Yeah, the only time I've managed to secure that privilege was when I cruised on Margaritaville at sea last year. And believe it or not, that ship is the same age as me.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so it was very strange to be on I'm forgetting what age I am, what a 32-year-old ship, sitting in the captain's seat thinking, oh my goodness, imagine what this would be like on a modern ship.
Yeah, they are impressive if you get up to the bridge. Oh,
yeah.
Ship horns.
Yeah, I can hear someone going.
Yeah, that is the Queen Mary 2. Yeah, she's busy honking away now.
Can you see the dock that QM2 is currently at? On my camera, we're looking out to the Red Funnel Ferry.
Yeah, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't quite see round the corner. I can't see the 106 berth. Unfortunately.
Oh, it's 106 that she's at. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit restricted.
So we'll see her when she backs out a little.
Yep, yeah. She's just swinging out now, so she'll come on the right-hand side of the screen any moment. It looks like, then I would say that Arcadia is being delayed. Then I haven't heard anything on the radio. Sometimes.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we can get an update on that.
Yeah, sometimes you hear things on the radio. Yes, I had the Holland America ship. The only thing I remember about the meal was it was very good. It was lunch. The chef I think he was a Canadian chef, and he'd cut and smoked his own bacon. And yeah, he gave
you
us.
have to answer me this. Was it hanging, the bacon?
Yes, on a little tree. Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, you can get that at the Pinnacle Grill on Rotterdam, which is one of the speciality restaurants.
That's right. That's right. It was. Yes.
Oh my goodness, incredible!
Did you have some of that?
Oh, I absolutely loved it. Yeah, so I went for dinner there, and then I actually found out from one of the waiters that that restaurant opens for lunch. I believe it's on sea days, and you get a very similar meal, but it's about half the price. So I managed to go back quite a few times across a 21-night cruise to get lots of hanging bacon, but yes. Yeah, it was lovely.
So you were saying the lunch was cheaper than the dinner?
Yeah, slightly smaller menu, but they do open Pinnacle Grill for a lunch on Holland America cruises, and it doesn't operate as much as a steakhouse during the day. It's more of I'd probably say it's more like a burger grill.
Yeah.
But really, really good. Lovely way to kill an hour or two on a day at sea.
Excellent. No, that's a good tip, actually. I've discovered that on my various travels around the world, that going for lunch somewhere is a lot more financially saving than sometimes going for dinners.
Yeah, and there's so many little tips to save people money on their cruises. I mean, I always thought that you would always pay for speciality, and the more I cruised, the more I realised there's so many ways to get into different restaurants, and in some cases not pay. So if you ever cruise with Carnival Cruise Line, they actually, on port days, you can go into the speciality restaurants for lunch totally free of charge.
Oh, this is good information.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realise that, and they also have, if you're cruising on a Vista class cruise ship, so for me I was on Carnival Panorama and Carnival Horizon, and those types of ships, they actually have, I think it's called Guy's Smokehouse. It's like a grill downstairs, but it doesn't open for lunch, but they open a buffet counter within that restaurant for lunch, and again, totally included in your cruise fare.
This is excellent information, Fraser.
Yeah, it's one of the big things that I try and push through my YouTube channel, because a lot of people that I met when I started cruising, who had never been on a ship before, they would always say, oh my goodness, like, does it not cost you an absolute fortune to cruise because you have to pay for X, Y, and Z? And when you actually strip it back, there's a lot of really clever ways to get a great experience on board without paying top dollar, and that's what I'm hoping to try and tell as many people as possible.
Yeah, that is good information. Yeah, we like to cruise very inexpensively if we can. One of the things we tend to do on the port day is we have good breakfast on board, then we go off, wander around port, do whatever it is we need to do, then get back and have a late lunch rather than spending money in the port.
Yeah, for sure. I also like it if you get to some ports. So if you dock in Funchal down in Madeira, you quite often get a late departure, which means that sometimes you can nip back to the ship for a late lunch and then go back ashore again and experience the place early evening before you leave.
Well, that's good.
You just have to really make sure that you know what time it is, just in case that ship leaves when you're back ashore exploring.
Yeah, you don't want to be late, do you? Well, it looks like they're attaching the tug to Arcadia. I didn't think it was that windy, but...
Oh, yeah, there must be a bit of wind down there.
Yeah, it must be.
I can see Queen Mary 2 coming into view now. She's an absolute beauty, isn't she?
She definitely has the best lines, I think, out of all the ships. Although I was surprised by the Disney ships. I didn't really look at a Disney ship before it came in. And when it came into port the first time, I was out droning. I thought, actually, it's quite an attractive ship.
Yeah, I'd love to say that I've cruised with Disney, but to be honest, I just haven't been able to get on yet with how their solo pricing works. I think they're coming back. Is it this summer or next summer?
Yeah, this summer,
I'd
yeah.
love to get on for a few nights.
Yeah, I don't know how... I think most of the cruises are a bit more than a few nights, though. That's the problem. And you're probably better off taking a few children with you as well.
Yeah, that's also my concern of walking around as a solo traveller on a Disney-themed cruise ship.
Yeah. Yes, that could be an issue, couldn't it?
Yeah, maybe one day.
Oh, the shipmate Ben Cromie says, can we get a huge shout out for our friends Mark and Linda on travelling on Queen Mary 2? Boy, ahoy to your friends, Mark and Linda. Perhaps they'll give us a wave.
Yeah, quite a few shipmates up on the top decks today by the looks of it.
I've not been looking at the chat. No, where did you go when you went on Queen Mary 2, Fraser?
So, the Queen Mary 2 was the ship that brought me home at the end of my year of cruising. So, this ship I boarded at Brooklyn Cruise Terminal over in New York City. And it brought me back to Southampton. So, I arrived into Southampton on December 15th of last year on a Queen Mary 2 that had just been refurbished and just been updated. And yeah, she was looking absolutely beautiful because she was covered in Christmas decorations. It was just...
Oh, right. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was a really gorgeous experience crossing the Atlantic, actually, because you're 2 or 3 days into your Atlantic crossing and you're having afternoon tea at whatever o'clock in the afternoon beside this enormous Christmas tree, and you think, wow, it's just one of those moments you have to pinch yourself and you think, wow, I'm actually on the Queen Mary 2 right now. This is amazing.
So yeah, so that's a good question actually. If any shipmates have any questions as well, just bung them into the chat and I'll try and hopefully see them as they whiz past. But was that the longest you'd spent at sea on travelling on the Queen Mary 2?
Believe it or not, no.
No, okay.
No, so we had... What did we have? So that was a 7-night cruise coming back to Southampton, which I believe is the opposite of where the ship is going today. So I believe she's en route to New York, docking on the 15th of June, if my checks are right. So I think she's on the way to New York.
Yes, I'm not sure what you're talking, but yes, it sounds right to me.
Yeah, so we had, it would have been, 6 nights at sea?
Yeah.
But a few months before, I had actually went over to the USA by ship, so I took a Virgin cruise out of Barcelona, and we had 9 nights at sea between Funchal and Madeira and Miami, which, yeah, that was, believe it or not, Queen Mary 2 handled the waves amazingly mid-December, but Virgin's valiant lady, yeah, wasn't quite as dignified leaving Madeira to head across, and but the South Atlantic, that would probably be
interesting. So you had a better cruise on, or a better quality of ride on Queen Mary 2.
Oh, such a smooth ride on Queen Mary 2. Looking at the moment where we've got all of our shipmates at the very, very top of the ship there, I'm looking at that and I can just remember how I felt pulling out of New York City and watching the skyscrapers disappear, knowing that the next time I saw land it would be IKEA in Southampton.
Yeah, that distinctive landmark of IKEA.
Yeah, one tip that I would always give people if you are looking to cruise on the Queen Mary 2, if you look just underneath the deck that everybody is on up there, there's a really thin open deck that looks like it's just under the bridge.
Yes.
So that's an observation deck, which is actually open all the time when you're on board, and the views up there are spectacular. I'm really surprised to see so many people know about it on the day of embarkation.
Oh, right. So it takes people a little while to find it normally.
Yeah, so I found the first 2 or 3 days it would be so quiet up there, but the views that you get looking out over the ocean are just stunning from up there. I thought I could see someone unravelling a flag up there.
Yeah, there was a Welsh flag up there.
There we go.
That's one thing I didn't particularly like about the MSC ship that I went on, MSC Arvia, the front of the ship is for the, whatever they call it, the MSC club. So
Oh, the yacht club.
the yacht club, that's it, yeah. And so you can't get to the front of the ship. You can't see forwards. I don't know. I found that frustrating.
Yeah, that's a real pet hate of mine with MSC as well. I mean, I took World Europa through the Suez Canal and just couldn't see out the front at any point because for some reason that seems to be reserved to those those of us who are in the suites. Which
Exactly.
I really don't like that.
No, good. I'm glad it's not just me then.
No, definitely not. So us mere peasants were enjoying the view out the back.
Yep. And I find all the announcements on the MSC ships in so many different languages very hard work.
No, have you ever cruised with Costa?
No.
Yeah, so if you think MSC cover a lot of languages, then you definitely should think about Costa. It is non-stop on there sometimes.
I could never understand why the announcement in English was a couple of sentences, like, we're docking in this port, be back on board by 5:30, and then in Spanish it seemed to be like 2 paragraphs worth, and then
yeah, it keeps on going. Yeah, the frustrating thing with the likes of Costa is that they cover English last because it's usually the minority language on board. So you hear an announcement in Italian and you think, I wonder if I need to peak my ears for this. And you wait 4 or 5 minutes only to find out it's the bingo promotion.
oh no, that's not very helpful. Oh,
yeah, beautiful shots that you're getting tonight.
Yeah, ahoy there, shipmate Paul at Heathcote's just become a member. Welcome aboard, shipmates. Grab yourself a mug of grog down the galley. The roving camera down on Town Quay. So we got Queen Mary 2 on the roving camera as well. I'm starting to run out of hands and buttons now with all these cameras.
I do wonder if in a few minutes' time, when QM2 goes past a little bit more, if we might get to see any dogs up at the kennel.
Oh, really? Yeah, where's that then?
Yeah, so the kennels are right at the top, right at the back. So my camera at the moment has got, yeah, there you go. So if we try and find a way to get up to the very top section of the back, ship's probably a little bit too far back at the moment.
Well, I'll keep an eye out for that. I knew there were kennels on board, but I didn't know where they were.
Yeah, so it was actually one of my favourite things to do on the transatlantic, where you'd go for a walk and try and time it perfectly. There was a beautiful Springer Spaniel doing the crossing with us, and it just loved seeing other guests. So we were able to go up and spend a little bit of time with the owner, who invited us in to meet the dog.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a real novelty seeing dogs on a cruise ship.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not many cruise ships that allow dogs on board, is there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the only 2 times I experienced a dog on a cruise last year, there was the Queen Mary 2, there was a lot of dogs, and it was Rotterdam, Holland America, but that was an assistance dog, which is a lot more common over in the US to find assistance dogs on ships.
Yes, they are very common in the States.
Yeah, you go by the kennels on the Queen Mary 2 and you can see them all sitting on the sofas looking out, and you think, what I'd give to be in that room with them right now.
I suppose they get walked up on deck somewhere, do they? I suppose they get to stretch their legs.
Yeah, so they're only allowed on deck at that very back section. So hopefully we'll see it in a few seconds.
I'm having a little look at that back section. Is it right on the very top, or?
So that, yeah, it's right at the very, very top. I was trying to see myself there as well.
Oh, I can see someone waving. Oh, 2 people waving.
I can see in the chat, QM2 is sailing today with 2,442 passengers. So she's got a capacity of 2,691. So she's actually sailing with quite a comfortable passenger count on there today.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you just look at this ship leaving and you think, what a treat all of these people are in for over the next 6 or 7 nights.
I'm definitely trying to go transatlantic on Queen Mary 2. It seems like the appropriate thing to be doing, really.
Yeah, so the dog section, Captain, when I was on here, was
Yep.
if you look at the second deck down from the top, that's got the white protection round it.
Yes.
So that was the dog deck there.
Ah, I
It
see.
looks as though
I've
we've got
it.
some...
Yep.
In fact, is that a dog at the top? I thought I saw a dog in Anona's arms there.
Oh, don't know. We've got people waving. I can see that. How bizarre. Yeah, well, I didn't know that. Well, I knew the dogs.
This shot that you've got from right down at the waterline is absolutely spectacular.
Yeah, from this was going past Town Quay. Down at the end. Right, this is where I start to run out of mental capacity to operate everything and talk at the same time.
Now that we're back on this camera, I can see that what I thought was the dog in the owner's arms is actually just a human being standing beside another one.
Could be.
Yeah, there's a lot of selfies being taken up there today, isn't there?
Yes, looks like it. Whereabouts was your cabin on Queen Mary 2?
Yeah, so I stayed in an inside cabin on the ship, which, to be honest, the inside cabins on there they're nice, but it's very apparent that you're in steerage class, as I would call it. If you ever get the opportunity to look at some of the accommodations on this ship, I mean, oh my goodness, they are stunning when you start looking at the higher levels of grills categories.
Yes. Yeah, that's what they call them, don't they? The different grills.
Yeah, I believe you've got Princess Grill, and then you've also got Queen's Grill, with Queen's Grill being, the higher level suites on the ship. So further down the corridor from where my cabin was, there was one of the... I can't remember what the name of the suite was, but to go into it, it had such a grand double door with a light on either side, and I thought, oh my goodness, you store your underwear in a room that's bigger than where I'm sleeping.
Well, maybe some people have some fancy underwear, I guess.
Yeah. I can see in the chat, Raymond Morris is asking if the dogs have their own cabin steward. And you may think that of course they don't, but there are actually crew up in the kennels and they get chef prepared meals every night of the voyage. So yes, they probably do have their own cabin steward as well.
That is the lap of luxury, isn't it? I think there's a fair bit of hooting and honking going on out there, I think.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately you can't hear what I can hear, can you? I need to...
I've had to turn my stream off, unfortunately. Can you hear QM2's horn? It's very different.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's very... Well, it's the original Queen Mary horn, isn't it? I think one of the horns.
Ah, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, she's definitely one of the loudest horns in port. Apart from the Princess, they always seem to be very loud, the Princess ones.
Yeah, they really echo as well, don't they?
Yeah, they do. In fact, people complain about how noisy they are.
Yeah, there was I think it was when I left Southampton on Regal Princess actually, and the Love Boat horn sounded and you heard it bounce and echo all across the city, and it was amazing. But you understand how it can probably ruffle people's feathers the wrong way.
They do. Residents say, well, I was trying to have a nap in the afternoon and I got woken up by this outrageous horn noise.
Yeah, I can totally understand that.
There we go. Passing the dockhead now.
We've got someone in the chat, Captain, waving a banner just behind the 4th lifeboat.
On Queen Mary 2?
They don't specify which ship. I would... That's maybe not a great help, is it?
Does make things challenging.
Probably would have been great if we'd seen that comment about 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, unfortunately I tend to be busy driving the cameras at the moment, so it sort of slips past me sometimes. Someone made a good suggestion. Shipmate Hell's Bells says if you're going transatlantic on QM2, go east-west, because you get 25-hour days.
Yes, I would completely agree, because I came, let me get this right, east to west. Yes, I had to do a mental check in my mind there, what direction was east.
Yeah.
Yes, I did the other way, which meant that every just about every day we would lose an hour,
Yes.
which I wasn't best impressed with. I thought if I'm paying to be on the Queen Mary 2, I want 24-hour days, not
Yeah.
23.
Well, that's why you want to go the other way. Then you get 25-hour days. You get an extra hour.
Yeah.
Extra hour of Queen Mary 2.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful way to cross the Atlantic. I mean, I had the option at the end of last year to either fly back or take the Queen Mary 2, and I thought, do you know what? For once in my life, time is on my side, so I actually can just disappear for 7 nights, and it was absolutely glorious. You arrive in Southampton or New York with 0 jet lag.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a lovely, lovely feeling.
So if someone was interested in cruising on Queen Mary 2 or travelling on Queen Mary 2, what tips can you pass on?
What tips can I pass on? So
you're saying like the inside cabins aren't the best.
yeah, I think some of the tips I would give here is maybe I come up with 3. I think one would be that you absolutely have to go and experience the Queen Mary 2's promenade deck. So if you look at the very front of the ship right now, you'll see what looks like a little curved bit of metal poking up. If you look
Yes.
at the Cunard sign at the front, cast your eyes slightly to the left and you'll see a little shape popping up. Now that is, thank you for the zoom. So they are affectionately known as the Captain's Cufflinks.
Captain's
And believe
Cufflinks.
it or not, yeah, they're actually spare propeller blades.
I know.
just
They're
stored
huge,
on front
aren't
of the ship. Yeah, and because where they are, so many people don't realise they're there. So I would say definitely get down. On the promenade deck, which is just directly below the lifeboats there, and soak in the views. Maybe try and spot a dolphin or spot whatever else in the ocean. Tip number 2, I think, would be to head up to the observation deck at the very front of the ship that we spoke about earlier. The views looking down either side of Queen Mary 2 from there are, absolutely remarkable. So if you look on this shot here, directly beneath the bridge, there's an open viewing area. So I can only imagine what it would be like for these people on the ship today to, in a week's time, head out for sunrise as this ship arrives in New York City. It would be, absolutely remarkable up there. So to get there, you just go to whatever deck of the ship it is, just head to the front,
Right.
and then you'll find a little door that just says observation terrace, very unassuming. And you go out and just think, wow, this is unreal. And I think my third tip for Queen Mary 2, I can see someone in the chat has already said, so Mike, any tips, Fraser? Yes, ice cream, breakfast, lunch and dinner. So I love an ice cream, and on Cunard you get ice cream free of charge all day, every day. So yes, that probably would be a tip.
Ice cream for breakfast. Now that's living life, that is, isn't it?
Yeah, you get great food on the Queen Mary 2, and I quite enjoy the formal element of it, but I also quite enjoy chilling out. And they have a brilliant pub venue on board where you can go down and you can get a just really good steak pie or a really good curry and chill out.
Right.
So if you're in a British pub, it's great.
Well, that's really good. That's a bit of home comfort food then, with a nice curry.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's called the Golden Lion Pub, and you can find a Golden Lion on, I assume, every Cunard ship. So I've been on Queen Mary 2 and also Queen Elizabeth, and the Golden Lion Pub was on both of them. So if anyone in the chat today is looking at cruising on the Queen Mary 2, get yourself to the pub.
I think that's very sound advice. Very sound advice indeed. So it looks like the Arcadia is still being delayed. I've not heard anything on the radio. I wonder if any of the spanners have heard anything on the radio. I don't have the radio on. Shipmate Shepherd Book says, is there a dress code on the Queen Mary 2? Because he was talking about it being quite formal.
Yeah, good question. So yes, the dress code on Queen Mary 2 I found it to be a very smart ship. I actually found Queen Mary 2 to be smarter than what Queen Elizabeth was when I was on her a few months before. And you'll find every night of your Cunard cruise from 6 p.m, a lot of venues on the ship will turn into what I think they call smart attire. So that means that you can't go for dinner wearing shorts, you can't wear a t-shirt, you really should be wearing, for gentlemen anyway, you should be wearing a collared shirt to go in for dinner. There are still some venues on board that are a little bit more relaxed. So for example, the Golden Lion pub, you can go there and relax with a beer or a glass of wine. You can be a little bit more relaxed, or you can head down and make a donation to the casino in your leisure wear. They'll gladly accept that. But if you are wandering around the ship, then you should really be in smart attire. Now, that applies to every night of the ship, or every night of your cruise, and there'll also be a couple of nights which will be slightly more elevated dress codes, I would say. So you'll have gala evening attire on, I think it was either 2 or 3 nights of my transatlantic. So we had a black and white night, we had a masquerade ball,
Okay.
and we had a full gala night. And I think one of the things with particularly the transatlantic, one thing that struck me was just how committed all of the passengers were to putting on their glad rags and dancing the tiles in that Queen's room.
Well, I suppose if you're on there for so many nights, you've got time to do these things, haven't you? What did you occupy your days with? I mean, so many days at sea, especially 9 days on the Virgin ship.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, because of my YouTube channel, I do spend a fair bit of time either creating content or, just actually creating content or actually editing back in my cabin.
Yeah.
And that means that when I get 6 days at sea, or in the case of Virgin 9 days at sea, it's a bit of a gift because I've got literally nothing else to do, which is brilliant. But I do think the experience on the Queen Mary 2, that ship is just built for experiencing the ship, and it's really built for days at sea. And there's so much you can do on the Queen Mary 2, so you can go and do the usual stuff that you can do on any, I know this is an ocean liner, but any cruise ship, which would be, go and do trivia, go and colour in, paint, whatever. But they've also got some amazing exhibits all around the Queen Mary 2, where there's entire parts of the ship that function almost as a museum, where you walk around and you can learn about where the ship's been, you can learn about some previous passengers that have been on board, and it's really fascinating. If you've got a few hours on in my case, a transatlantic crossing to kill, then just walk around the ship and see what you can learn. It's very clear Cunard are particularly proud of Queen Mary 2.
No, it's not as bad as it sounds then, really, being stuck at sea for all that time.
Oh, give me sea over land any day. Yeah, I think there are some cruise products. So if I look back to my 9 nights at sea on Virgin, that was part of a 14-night cruise on there, and I think by the end of that I was getting a bit bored, to be honest, because I don't know if, have you cruised Virgin, Captain?
I haven't, no.
So they tend to specialise in shorter cruises. So if you do a 4-night cruise from Miami, it's great, it's so lively constantly, but by the time you get to 7, 8, 9 nights in, it begins to get a little bit repetitive. And I can see you've just turned the camera and Arcadia is pushing off.
Yeah, she is. She's on her way.
Great. Have you been on Arcadia, Captain?
I've not been on Arcadia either, no. Actually, no, or have I? Oh, no, don't know.
It's a beautiful size of ship. I was looking at the itinerary that Arcadia is currently casting off on, and it's what I've got here, a 17-day cruise it looks like. So she's going out of here today to have 2 days at sea before docking in Norway.
Off to the fields.
Yeah, I had to say Norway there because I'm looking at the port that she was calling at, and I thought I can't even hazard a guess at how you pronounce that one.
Of course you can. You can butcher all those names. I butcher them every time.
It looks like Skolden SKJ.
Yeah, that's it, Golden.
LDPN.
Yeah,
Oh, good guess.
yeah.
Before heading up to Alisund, 2 more days at sea, and then it's Norway.
Yeah, that's the sort of typical. You've been on Arcadia, haven't you, Fraser?
I have, yes. So I cruised Arcadia before I did my whole year basically living on cruise ships. I spent, I believe, 4 nights on Arcadia. So we went out of Southampton. We were planning to go to one port, which I believe was Zeebrugge. We then got rerouted because of terrible weather there, and we ended up docking in Rotterdam, which is actually one of my favourite European ports. So I was delighted. But Arcadia's a lovely size of ship, so she's adult only, and she's one of only 2 ships in the P&O Cruises fleet which is adult only. The other one being Aurora.
How did you find the? I know there's quite a few shipmates that don't like the larger ships, but like the smaller ships, and vice versa. But I've spoken to a few people, and the adult only does appeal to people. How did you find the adult only aspect of it?
Yeah, so I can definitely understand both sides of the coin with this one. But as someone who doesn't travel with children, because I don't have any, I think it's great because you can go away. It generally means that the ship is far more chilled, it's a lot more laid back, the dinner service is much quieter, and it just feels more subdued on board, I would maybe say. And I think that's due to the fact that the crew on board aren't trying to go big and entertain the kids, so you can sort of really settle down and relax on there. But the capacity on Aurora, she only holds just over 2,000 passengers, so her normal capacity, I believe, is 2,094, so just shy of 2,100 passengers.
Yeah.
And you've got 800 or 900 crew on there, so I always felt really well looked after on Arcadia. I was very impressed with the product that P&O were delivering on her.
I that's what I've heard from some people. They think that you get a better, even though the ship isn't as big and you don't have all the amenities of a bigger ship, you actually get a better service from the staff because you build up a rapport, relationship. There's not so many passengers on board.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I think with a lot of these huge mega ships, it would be unfair to expect the crew to remember names and remember faces when they've got... So we'll obviously be watching Arvia depart later, and if you look at the scale of Arvia, I mean, she'll hold 5,200 guests, no problem. So she's more than double what we're looking at here with Arcadia. And yeah, I definitely enjoy the experience of small ship cruising. And to be honest, one of the big benefits is that wherever your cabin is, you're never really that far away from the action.
Good point. Yeah.
Yeah, so I took a week last year on Symphony of the Seas, the enormous Oasis class ship from Royal Caribbean, and my cabin was down on deck number 2, so just along from the main dining room, which was perfect because I seemed to run late for everything, so I could run out the room, bang on dinner, and I'd still be there on time. But if I was going to the Windjammer buffet, I would have to either wait for an elevator to take me all the way up to deck 15, deck 16, or I'd have to walk.
That's a good point. I do remember being on the bigger ships that I'd left something in my cabin, tripod or camera or something. And you think, I'll just nip back and get it. And it's a long way sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes you just think, do you know what? I'll just buy another tripod when I get to port. It's simply not worth the calorie.
So what did you think about the age of the ship? Because by comparison, it's quite old.
On Arcadia?
Yes.
Yeah, good question. So when I was on board, if I compare what I saw, I was on P&O Aurora about 2 weeks ago. I think Aurora was in better condition than what I remember Arcadia being in. But at the point of my Arcadia cruise, I hadn't really experienced too many of the older ships, to be honest with you. So I remember going on and thinking, oh, there's a light bulb. not quite the same brightness as the rest of them in this room. That's quite that's quite unsettling. And now that I've had a lot more experience on the older ships, I actually reflect back and think, do you know what? P&O are doing a really good job with her. I do worry that the likes of Arcadia and Aurora, their days are potentially numbered, and I just really hope that the cruise industry doesn't now focus on the big ships, because there is real value in this size of cruise ship. I mean, even as a younger person saying that, a lot of people think, oh, the young people love the huge ships and the older people love the small ones. But I absolutely don't think that's the case. And I think a lot of my 25 to 35-year-old friends would say that they also love what we're looking at here. So I'd say generally pretty impressed with the upkeep. Looking at the ship now, though, it's potentially looking for a little bit of a paint from the cameras here.
I did notice that. That's what reminded me. That's why I thought I'd ask you. I went on one of the Fred Olsen ships, and I guess they're similar in age. Possibly it was even a bit older, and it did feel like a very old, glorified ferry to me. You could really see that some of the technology was old, some of the fixtures, the fittings, but what they made up for on the quality of the service and the food on board and the staff. I was very impressed with the Fred Olsen ship.
Yeah, and it's when you experience some of those other ships that you appreciate some of the vessels that we've got here. And when I cruised on Margaritaville at Sea on their original cruise ship, so they're actually about to launch their second ship this week, but I cruised in December on Paradise, which is their first cruise ship that they've brought to the industry, and she's old, and she's looking old. You look around the deck and you think, oh my goodness, this could definitely do with a refit. Oh, I can see in the chat there, Captain Vicky Boulter, thank you for that. She has explained that Arcadia is going for a refit in November, so that'll be exciting to see what we can see on the cameras going through winter.
Wow, excellent. Yeah, that will make a big difference, I think. I know that's one of the things. I can't remember which ship disappeared. I think it was Britannia went in for a refit recently, and from what I was reading, that was one of the things that Britannia was having done was updating to technology on board. I think the Wi-Fi and the entertainment systems and things.
Yeah, getting the likes of Starlink and whatnot installed.
Yes. Good old.
I actually was doing some reading earlier on Arcadia, and I remembered people telling me fun facts about this ship when I was on it. And I was on Cruise Critic this afternoon, and did you know that Arcadia was apparently originally ordered by Holland America?
I think I did actually, although I'd probably forgotten it, like you say, all these facts. Originally ordered by Holland America. Yeah. There's quite a few of these ships that are ordered by different companies and then end up being in someone else's company. And
yeah, I guess it's the beauty of the parent brand being so huge. But yeah, initially planned to be the 5th Vista class ship for Holland, and they then changed their mind and thought it would go to Cunard and become the next Queen Victoria, and then it ended up launching in 2005 as P&O. Surprise.
Surprise indeed. I'm just moving the cameras around again.
I've got a good looking spin happening here.
Yes, spinning around the dock head. I don't know where. Yes, one of our shipmates, Newsgirl 100. She says Aurora is the tops. She's a big advocate of the smaller ship. Better service than the mega ships like Arvia. Yeah, that's generally the tone I get.
Yeah, I think I would agree that the experience on Aurora was excellent, and I was fortunate enough to stay in almost a brand new cabin actually. So they only refitted Aurora, I think, a year or two ago, and my cabin was where the kids club used to be. So when they ripped the kids club out, they put my cabin in, which meant I got the delights of Aurora, but I got a brand new cabin as well, which was really nice.
Oh, did you know that when you were booking it up?
I had no idea when I was booking that up, so it wasn't until I met other people on the ship and I said, oh, you can come back and look at what a solo balcony cabin looks like. And when they came in, they said, oh my goodness, this is the old kids club. This is exactly where it used to be.
Also, the kids club wasn't very big then, was it?
No. Oh no. Yeah, I think there was a fair few other cabins.
I mean, I've got no problem stuffing all the children in a small cabin, but anyway, health and safety might disagree.
Yeah, what are we looking at directly across the water, Captain? Is that Hythe? No.
I, well, I don't quite know which camera. Are you looking with Arcadia?
Yeah, I'm looking at Arcadia, but
yeah, that's Hythe. That's Hythe, the other side. Yeah.
oh, it is. Well, yeah, I was trying to get my bearings there. She seems to be quite a good bit further down than I expected her to be today, actually, for that turn.
Well, she goes off the dock head, so this camera's on Itchin, Southampton Sailing Club, based in Itchin. So it's up the River Itchin, so it sort of looks... which direction does it look? It's sort of southwest, I think. So yes, it is actually quite difficult. I sometimes look at these things and think, what's that in the background? It's surprising how it really distorts your perception of what's going on. Actually,
Yeah.
yeah, she pretty much points, yes, south-southwest. Yeah, that's which way this pretty much points.
Queen Mary 2 looked to be making some good progress a second ago on the camera.
Yep, she certainly is. She's steaming down. The next departure is apparently going to be Seas Splendor at 7. I did hear a radio in a while ago, but I've not seen anything else. Or heard anything else. I haven't got the radio on.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that ship. I've never really got up and close with that one.
No, I missed out on a ship visit on one of those. Can't remember which one it was. It was this, don't remember which one. I think it might have been the Seas Splendor, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, consistently missing out on the ship visit. It's definitely a theme.
Yeah. It sounds like you need to get better at
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
winging your way on there, winging
it's
your
true.
way up the gangway.
It's true. We need to. We both do. We both need to get our complimentary cruises thrown our way.
Yeah, I'll tell you more about it later. But there's a Channel 5 documentary about Seas Splendor, and that's as close as I've got. But I was just so impressed with what I saw on that show.
Oh, excellent! I didn't know that. You'll have to supply me with the information later.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's our Scottish friend helping Arcadia out there.
It is. I mispronounced it. It's quite funny hearing the VTS radio. They pronounce the different ships' names differently. So sometimes I pronounce them as VTS do, and it's not always the right way. For instance, I end up calling Queen Mary 2 a cruise ship. Not out of... I know she's not a cruise ship, it's a cruise liner.
That's the worst one to get wrong.
The chat section goes wild when you do that. It's not a cruise ship, it's a cruise liner.
That's why I very quickly corrected myself earlier, because I thought, oh no, I'm going to be shut down.
You will be, yeah. People are very, very firm that you should be calling Queen Mary 2 a cruise liner. Because there was
clearing up down there.
It is, yeah. It does feel like it's warming up, if I'm honest. No, still
It's a beautiful evening.
Still 16C, so not very warm. Yeah, but I was looking at some various other different forms of travel on a boat. I like cruise ships, but I also like all types of boats, really. So I was looking at the small galleon, the cruising around the Greek Isles. One of the ones I was looking at was travelling on a container ship. I don't know if you've seen that.
Ah, wow! I have seen that, but I've never actually figured out how to do it. Where do you even board?
Here. Well, it depends on where you're going from, where you're going to. But yeah, just here in Port Southampton, you can get on board. And that's what I was going to do. There was one ship that goes from Southampton here, and it heads up to Germany, and then to Belgium, then France, and then back again. So you sort of basically do a 4 or 5 night cruise on a container ship. So I was looking into it, but they're really expensive. I remember years ago they used to be relatively cheap. You could go across the Atlantic on a ship, and it was comparable in price to flying. But these days they're really sort of 3 or 4 times the price of taking a flight. So
Wow, you probably find now they've learned that's a bucket list itinerary item.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure if I fancy a transatlantic on a container ship. I think I'd like to be poolside with a cocktail heading over there.
True. Well, you'd get plenty of time just meditating in your cabin.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd maybe be a little bit concerned they'd put me to work.
Yes. Yeah. There is that. Yeah. I took a ferry from Liverpool to Ireland once, and I don't know how I managed. I booked the wrong ferry, so instead of being what I thought was a normal ferry, it was a goods ferry. So it was absolutely full of lorries, and there was like 2 cars on board.
Oh, wow.
And our 2 little cars were just completely shadowed by all these lorries, and you think, oh gosh, it's quite busy. And then when we actually got on board, no, there was no announcements or anything because everyone knew what they were doing because they're all truck drivers that do it all the time.
Oh no!
So it's like, well, I don't know what we're doing. And I thought, what do we do? Is there any restaurant on board? Because we're quite hungry. So we went upstairs to the galley, and there were it was all free. There was a buffet and different meals you could have, all free of charge.
Wow.
And I didn't know any of it because there was like no information at all. It's very odd.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Right.
I can see Richard Holland in the chat. So Richard is actually one of my subscribers. So Richard, it's great to see you here as well. So thank you for tuning in. But Richard is saying there's a company that specialises in container ship travel. CMA allow passengers apparently. We'll need to look into that.
Yeah, CMA, CGM. Yeah, there are quite a few that do. Like I said, I really liked the one that started in Southampton, came back to Southampton and cruised around. But they were just really expensive. But anyway, I will have to do that another time, I think.
Yeah, maybe we'll look into that. That would be a great one for a YouTube video. Crossing the channel on a container ship.
Yep.
The things we do.
Things we do indeed. Yeah, I've got a list of ideas, and some of them are a level of wackiness that's probably too much.
Or care to share?
Well, I was talking to someone else the other day, and we've had an idea of seeing if we can take a mobility scooter from Land's End to John O'Groats.
Oh my goodness! Well, I'd love to know how you're going to charge it.
Well, that
would be my primary interest.
Exactly. So I've worked out that I think there's enough Weatherspoons in between here, Land's End and John O'Groats, that you can pop into a Weatherspoons every 80 miles and charge it up.
I don't know how far you'd be getting if you were popping into Weatherspoons and having a rum every time.
Well, I think each battery gets you about 40 miles, 45 miles. So 2 batteries to get you 80 miles. The downside is it takes 12 hours to charge, so you'd have to be in Weatherspoons for 12 hours. So,
can you imagine that journey in the rain? No, thank you.
Yeah, well, that is a problem as well. So anyway, we were fleshing that out. I'm not entirely sure how practical it is. I did look up on the internet, and apparently somebody's set a world record and done it in 22.5 days.
Oh, well, in that case, challenge accepted.
Yeah, absolutely. So I might look into that. There's a few other things have come up, but they're all a bit silly, really.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, looking at Arcadia at the moment, leaving. I don't know if you've ever cruised solo, Captain, but Arcadia is a particularly good ship for solo travellers.
Oh, I haven't actually.
Solo cabins on here.
I was going to ask you about that. Yeah, it sort of comes to go. Some of the newer ships have specialised. Don't the Virgins specialise in a few more solo cabins? I think is it the Virgin ones or?
That's right. Yeah, Virgin have got quite a lot of solos actually, and it's really good to see P&O now putting more and more solo cabins on their ships. I mean, unfortunately for Arcadia, there's not a huge amount. So the actual dedicated solo cabins, there's only 6 of them on this cruise ship, but I'd rather have 6 than 0.
Oh, hello, Fraser.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Perfect.
You just glitched out for a second there.
Yeah, I was just saying, unfortunately, there's not a huge amount of solo cabins on here, but it's great to see P&O encouraging all different parts of the market rather than charging solos double fare.
Yes, I know that our channel sponsor Paul from Love Cruise. One of the things he's advised me about solo cruising is you need to book up in advance because they sell out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, last year with all the 250 nights I spent at sea, very few of them were in solo cabins, just because you tend to find as soon as the itineraries go up for sale, the solos are straight in, presumably through their travel agent setting reminders to get them booked first.
Yes,
So it can be quite difficult to secure one.
Yeah, so you've experienced it. So what you end up doing? You end up buying a double cabin but single occupancy.
Yeah, exactly that. So to be honest, it's the main reason why the majority of my year last year I was living in an inside cabin, because by the time I pay the solo supplement to be in an inside cabin for two people, it's just simply not possible to stretch that out to a balcony.
Yeah.
I mean, That said, when I was on Arcadia, I managed to get a balcony cabin on there, and it was lovely. Really big balcony cabin was on that ship.
Do you preference a balcony if you can?
If I can, it would be great, but I'm not the type of cruiser who would spend loads and loads of pounds extra to get a balcony, because I genuinely never feel that I'm in the cabin enough. And for me, I want to be out and about exploring the ship so that I can come back and show everyone on YouTube what the ship is like. And I can't do that from the comfort of my private balcony. So
No.
I tend to only book one if the price is right and it's at the right time,
Yeah, I quite agree. The balcony is lovely to have, but in reality, I barely spend any time in the cabin. And when I get in there, I normally go to bed and then get up and have a shower and get on. So,
yeah, what type of cruiser would you say you are, Captain? Are you mostly inside or mostly balcony or somewhere in between?
well, we normally go balcony, but that's because the person I go cruising with prefers a balcony.
Yeah.
But that's not. I wouldn't. But if we have gone inside, and it's been no problem at all.
Yeah, I think my general rule of thumb with an inside cabin is as long as you're tidy, it'll be absolutely fine.
Have you been on one of the inside cabins with the virtual windows?
Yes and no. So yes, I have seen the virtual windows. So I was allocated a cabin on MSC Meravilia that had a virtual window. But believe it or not, that cabin, when I arrived in it, it had a virtual window, but it didn't have a bed, so I had to move.
Didn't have a bed?
Yeah, very strange. So Meravilia have these solo cabins where the bed is a sofa, and the sofa is a bed. So you arrive, and it's essentially, if you imagine the type of bed that your child would stay on at their best friend's house for a sleepover.
Yeah.
It's very like that. And yeah, as soon as I got in the room, I thought, I cannot spend 10 nights on that bed. My back will break
Oh gosh.
at some point. So yeah, I moved room before I could see the digital window. But from what I've heard, some of them, especially on Royal Caribbean, are pretty effective. Have you seen them?
I saw one on a ship visit, and again, you couldn't really see anything because I don't think it was working on the ship visit. But yeah, I would think, I was quite impressed. I would that would satisfy, I think, my urge for just being able to see something else rather than nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's a very good sign that on the day of a ship visit, when they've got the travel industry on board, it wasn't working.
Yeah, well, I can't remember what else. There was lots not working on that day. It was all a bit. Oh, I can't remember what else wasn't working. We were delayed. Oh, it was all a bit. It was all a bit. Well, it's quite difficult because obviously they've come into port. They've offloaded loads of passengers. They've got loads of passengers coming on, boarding back on, and they've got a whole load of travel agents wandering around causing trouble.
With or people like me with cameras.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see Elizabeth in the chat is saying virtual bed. Yeah, it essentially was a virtual bed on MSC Meravilia.
You'll see also in the chat, shipmate Lucy's mum says that that's why she books a single windowless cabin extra early.
Yeah, I hear a lot of people that have they don't book it as soon as they come out. You're living in hope of getting a cancellation, which on some of these ships doesn't come around too often.
No, definitely not. Right, I've got Queen Mary 2's heading down Southampton Wall. Looks like she's getting towards Cowshot Spit. Arcadia's off on I think it's 16-night cruise to Iceland, I think it is. Is it Iceland?
That's right, it's Iceland, so it's Norway first and then up to Iceland.
That's right. Skolden, Ford, Olsund, Akuri, Lake, Maiton, Ilseford, Westerford, Grodjeford, and Reykjavik, and then Belfast.
Oh, I think I'd be looking forward to Belfast, most out of that whole itinerary.
Really? Belfast?
So this itinerary actually has an overnight in Reykjavik. That would be amazing on a cruise.
I would say that that's one of the things I haven't done that I think I would really appreciate would be an overnight in a port, so at least you can visit the town.
Oh, I love an overnight in port because it just lets you experience what a place is like when the sun goes down, which is actually pretty rare for a cruise.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you sort of get into port and you wander around the town. You think, oh, this is interesting. There's some neat places here, and then you've got to rush back to the ship before they leave without you.
Yeah, so I've been able to... Where have I experienced overnights? So we had an overnight in Rotterdam, which I think is fairly common on cruises where the ship can get rerouted from the UK. So we had an overnight in Rotterdam. I had an overnight in Aruba on Holland America Rotterdam. That was a lovely overnight. And I also had an overnight in Lisbon.
Oh, that's good. That's good. How far is the cruise terminal from the centre of the town in Lisbon? It's pretty close, isn't it?
Well, that's the best thing about it, because when you leave the terminal, you would probably only have to walk 50 steps before you would be in a local family's pub.
Wow, now that's definitely where you want to be overnighting, isn't it? Perfect.
Yeah, so I had that overnight on P&O Ventura, I believe. Not too long after the pandemic eased a little and we were able to get back to cruising. And yeah, we had an overnight there, and it was lovely to be able to leave the ship. And to be honest, and this might be the Scot in me talking, but it was lovely to go and get €2 pints across the road. Oh, I can see Captain. We've got Greg McTevia in the chat. I think Fraser should be hired as the captain as co-host.
Captain's co-host. Oh yeah, well we'll think about that.
That's good, Greg. Hopefully that's a salaried position, in which case I will gladly accept.
Yeah, we do pay in various forms of rum-based remuneration.
Yeah, the overnights on the ships in port they're definitely one of my highlights. Aruba was a wonderful overnight.
How did you find Aruba?
Amazing. If you've ever seen the postcards of Aruba with the beaches with the flamingos walking all around.
Yes.
Now that actually, believe it or not, that's a private island that you have to pay to get to.
Oh right.
So I docked in Aruba about 3 weeks before my overnight and was so annoyed to realise I had missed the Flamingo Beach. And it turns out the Flamingo Beach is owned by the Renaissance Hotel, so you have to pay, I think it cost me about $120 to access the island for the afternoon.
Wow.
Which was quite a lot of money. So yeah, I'll be showing everyone on YouTube what a day on the Renaissance private island looks like in Aruba. But it was great to have the overnight because it meant that I could book that with the Renaissance Hotel and I knew that the ship would be there, rather than, you book independently and then you might not dock, you might change ports, and I thought,
yes, of course,
I don't lose $120 here.
Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that. So that's top tip there from Fraser. Shipmate Lucy's Bumper says that I heard you say Olsen was good. She agrees. She says he's cruised on all of their fleet. Missed the old three as well. There we go. Yeah, it is I think I'm not sure if it's an ideal ship for a first-time cruiser to go on, the Fred Olsen ships.
Yeah, I've never made it onto a Fred Olsen ship.
Oh, have you
I
not?
think I would like to, but I never have. They don't have an age limit, do they? That's Saga.
Not that I know of. No.
Yeah, I know Saga a few years ago I looked at, and it was a strange feeling to just be told I was too young.
Really, what was the age limit for a Saga ship then?
Oh, I wish I could remember.
Yeah, 50.
Yeah, I
probably.
feel as though it was 50 and up or something like
Yeah.
that, yeah.
That makes sense, I suppose.
I should add at the moment, Captain, if you wouldn't mind me shouting out, I can see in the bottom corner of my screen that quite a few of your viewers have come over and subscribed to my YouTube channel, so I just wanted to say a massive thank you if you're one of those people, and welcome aboard on my side as well.
There we go. If you want to catch up on Fraser's 250 days at sea, go over to Fraser at Sea, and he's got a big back catalogue of videos over there. It'll keep you busy for, I don't know, a couple of days, I would think, by the amount of content you've got.
Yeah, I dread to think how long it would take. I actually got quite a lot of questions over the last few weeks from new subscribers who have said, actually, when I go on your channel, I'd love to watch your videos in order of when you got on your first ship, and then your second ship, and your third ship, and watch it in chronological order. So I actually had to make a page on my website, which is fraseratSea.com, which allows you to see, actually, here's ship number 1, episode 1, ship 1, episode 2, so on and so forth. And I think there's now about 70 videos or something on there for people to to work through.
Right, gosh. Could you make that into a YouTube playlist? Is that...
Do you know what? That's actually not a bad shout. Yeah, my year at sea would make a good YouTube playlist, actually.
I think you can order the videos. I think I've not really done it, but yeah, might be.
Yeah, you definitely can. Yeah, that's a great shout. I'll need to be careful in case you start asking for commission here.
No, I'm just full of ideas, but that's as far as I get most of the time.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, it's Shield Hall's on our screen now. That's the small vessel. You probably haven't been on Shield Hall, but she is a heritage vessel that sails around here, the Port of Southampton, originally from Glasgow. So
that's right. And you know, I actually did look at getting on to Shield Hall for Queen Anne. So when Queen Anne was here, I believe it was Shield Hall who was offering almost like sightseeing cruises to get down and see the ship.
Yes, that's right. Yep, that was Shield Hall.
Yeah, so we've got quite a lot of famous boats, ships, vessels from Glasgow, largely due to our shipbuilding heritage up there. So it's great to see old relics like this still operating down in Southampton.
Thought you talk about me for a second then.
But yeah,
I was reading.
See the ships too.
I was reading Lucy's mum's comment says that you may be too young for the Fred Olsen ship. No. But
yeah, I'd
apparently
like to
good
get
for
on
me.
there. They look lovely. Good for you.
Yes, yeah, I was very impressed. I was very impressed with the food on board the Fred Olsen and the quality of service. I have to say, it was very good.
Oh, I can see in the chat. So Richard's saying Saga is over 50s, but can be younger if accompanying an elder. Fred has no restrictions. We're on Balmoral in August for one night. Oh, I looked at that one night as well. So maybe what I need to do here, Captain, is raffle off a trip on Saga, and I can accompany the person. I don't know if you'd want to win that.
Well, that's a good idea.
You can win a cruise, but unfortunately you're stuck in the twin cabin with me. And I can talk.
And if you're not talking, you're busy editing videos and clicking away on the laptop.
Yeah.
Shipmate Richard Holder says about we would like to do the sailing to the Needles on Shield Hall. Yeah, there's lots on Shield Hall. She's all sorts of things during the summer. They normally have a band on there and various different things.
Oh, nice. I haven't come across the Needles before, Captain. What's that?
Oh gosh, yes, I forgot you're not a local, eh?
Yeah, please forgive my lack of
no, that's
geography.
Fine. So the Isle of Wight is a sort of diamond shape, and on the westerly point of the Isle of Wight, the white cliffs disappear into a taper, and then there's a whole ridge of white chalk outcrops that stick out of the water, and there's a lighthouse at the end of it. It's called the Needles.
Ah, picturesque.
Yes, very much so. And I will just show you a picture so you can see what I'm talking
Here's
about.
one I made earlier.
I do have one I made earlier, actually, yeah. So yes, that's a popular destination for... There we go. That's a popular destination for people to go. Just to the left is the top left-hand corner of this picture. You can't see it just yet. Is Allen Bay, where all the sand's different colour, and that's a great place to drop anchor if you're on a pleasure craft. And there's actually just a chairlift going up the side as well. So that's a lovely spot for a barbecue. I've been there many
So
a
is
time.
that it on the camera behind Arcadia at the moment?
No, you can't see it on any of the cameras, unfortunately. It's too far away. But where Arcadia goes around Cowshot Spit, which is where the little castle is, if you carried on going for 10 miles, it would be further down there.
Oh wow, okay, I can see your picture now actually. That is absolutely beautiful. It reminds me of the first time I explored the south coast after COVID. I went down Dorset way and went out and saw Durdledore.
Oh yes, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, some beautiful rock formations down that part of the world.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm not a geologist, but I think the strata that goes from Needles to over to Durdledore is all part of the same strata of rock formations underneath across that area, I think.
Oh wow. All I can say is you don't get them in Glasgow.
No. No, and then if you go to Poole, on the edge of Poole, you've got something called Old Harry's Rocks, which are very similar. There's a couple of stacks of chalk sticking out the edge.
Oh, nice. I've also just Googled the chairlift that's at the Needles, and I don't think I would partake in that.
No?
It looks a little high for my liking.
I must say, it doesn't look particularly modern. It does look a bit old. And
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure you'd be getting as smooth a ride on there as what you'll get crossing the Atlantic on Kumiri 2.
Yeah. Shipmate Lucy's Bum says that the Olsen's crew are very good. Yes, that's right. I would say yes. Definitely, the crew on board were excellent. Right, what's coming up next? Next is the Seas Splendor, but she's not due away until 7, so we've got 45 minutes. Let's have a look. I wonder if we'll see Queen Mary 2 on cruise on Cow's Cab. If I missed it. Oh no, we're still in the right ball frame. I've got too many things on the go again. There we go. Right. Oh, there's shipmate Lisa Probert. Many thanks for becoming a member. So you must have sailed a few times out to Southampton.
Yeah, quite a few actually. So I really enjoy cruising out of Southampton, and I always think it's a real shame when a cruise ship leaves and it's already dark. So the majority of times when I arrive back into Southampton, to be honest, I wake up in bed as the thrusters are kicking the ship towards the dock, so I miss all of the sailing because I hate getting up in the morning. But when I was on P&O Britannia, we actually had to return to Southampton a day early, which meant that we arrived at sort of 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh,
and
right, that's unusual.
The scenery all around here is just absolutely spectacular as you sail up towards Southampton.
Yes.
Yeah, it took me completely off guard.
Yeah, you're right, because you as soon as you sort of the clocks change and it's winterish time, it gets so dark you can't see anything.
Yeah, I mean, the majority of departures that I've done from Southampton if the ship leaves in summer, you're fine. So now it's okay. The majority of mine have probably been off peak. So by 5:30, it's already pretty dark, and you miss a lot of. Certainly by the time the ship gets to here, you miss a lot of this, and even when you get down towards Portsmouth, you can't really see across to the skyline.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, really. I tended to. I know when I went up to the fields, I got up really early every morning. It's one of the things I thought was a little disappointing about going up to the fields, is that you
What?
don't. You're not really awake when the ship arrives, when it goes through the fields.
Yeah, so we actually got some very good advice on my MSC Virtuosa cruise. Now the captain came onto the stage on, I think it was our third night on board, and he said, "Oh, tomorrow we dock in Geirangerfjord, which was one of the big ports that MSC visit." And he said, "Look, it's going to be absolutely spectacular sailing up the fjord in the morning, but luckily for all of you, if there's only one way into the fjord, there's also only one way out. So don't wake up first thing in the morning, chill out, have a long lie, and I promise that I'll get you a good view as we leave." And that sort of stuck with me every time I look at cruises that go to Alaska or Norway, that typically if there's only one way in, the ship's going to turn around and do the exact same route coming out again.
This is very true, very true, very good advice there.
Yeah, we also had, unfortunately, a couple of Norway ports. There was one in particular that I wish I could remember the name of it. And the captain actually came on the tannoy and said, "Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the view tomorrow morning is going to be absolutely spectacular. Make sure that you do get up early, because this port is quite something. You'll never see anything like it." And really bigged it up. And then he had to come on the system the following night, and he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, but I got mixed up. It turns out the picturesque port is tomorrow."
Oh no! Blimey,
And the top deck was so full of people.
that's it's a bit of an error, isn't it?
Oh, you'd be so embarrassed waking all those people up out their bed in the morning.
Certainly would be.
Oh, I love that. This is one of the camera views that I absolutely love that you have.
Or the cow's cam.
What I would give for that to be the view from my living room.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
At this point, the ships are actually going quite fast as well, so they zip past.
Yeah. Yeah, the decks are looking quiet on there now. Must be everybody heading away for dinner. I just hope that they're in their rooms looking at the view now, because it's potentially even more beautiful than what it was when they were leaving Southampton.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Do you notice how diplomatically worded that was, in case I upset anyone from Southampton?
It's. I know. Yes, you've got to be very careful what you say. Yeah, it's very difficult to say. It's very easy to say the wrong thing. I frequently do it. Frequently do it myself.
Yeah, so Captain, most of your cruises, have they been Southampton departures, or do you tend to fly and board the ship in
No.
more exotic climes?
I'm incredibly lazy. If I can't walk to get on board, then I'm not interested.
Yeah, so you can just drag your bag across the road and throw it onto the ship. You could probably throw it up to your balcony cabin from where you live.
Yeah, I have wondered if I could actually board by boat, if I could just come round and get someone to drop me off by boat, but I think that's frowned upon, so I think you actually have to go through check-in properly.
I don't know. I think if you were boarding Seas Splendor, which we'll see shortly, they might allow a yacht arrival.
Oh, they might do, won't they? Probably allow a helicopter arrive as well, but that's out of my budget.
Yeah, I'm not sure P&O would allow that for Arcadia.
No.
Have you got many more lined up?
No, I haven't got anything lined up. I'm hopefully my channel sponsor. He often contacts me and says there's a real bargain out there. So I've been waiting for him to contact me and tell me what the bargains are. But hasn't been anything lately.
That's one of the key issues at the moment, isn't it? I don't know what you're seeing, but when I've been pricing things for this year, the fares just seem to be getting higher and higher. I
Well,
looked at
I was
Royal
going to ask.
Caribbean
Funny
this
enough,
summer, and they're so
yeah,
high.
I was going to ask you about that. Funny enough, because I said exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some examples where I couldn't believe it. Royal Caribbean and Celebrity. So I do probably 80% of my cruises solo, and the other 20% I go with various people. But when I do my solo cruises, I usually won't book a cruise if I have to pay more than 40% of the second person. And would you believe I was looking at some celebrity cruises on Apex out of Southampton this summer? And if you were to take the per person price of sharing an inside cabin of roughly £1,000 per person, believe it or not, the solo price was 2,200.
What?
Unbelievable.
How
I've never seen that before, and it was exactly the same on Royal Caribbean. And is it? I don't think it's Anthem they've got here this year.
I can't remember.
Whatever the Royal ship is, it's exactly the same. It's more than the second person to get in a solo room.
But that doesn't make any sense, does it?
Yeah, I think it's because, I mean, the cruise industry, as you will well know, operates on a supply and demand basis. So
Yeah.
when a type of room gets more sold out from a percentage perspective, the price goes up. So if you've got 20 solo cabins, you only have to sell 10, and suddenly the computer sees them as 50% sold through, and then the price goes up. So yeah, hopefully it's something that they fix. I mean, I would absolutely love to support solo cruisers with getting a fair deal when they cruise, because it's one of the things that struck me when I started cruising. I thought, oh my goodness, there must be so many solo cruisers that just can't afford to get, or well, solo travelers that just can't afford to get on these ships because they're paying for the best part of two people.
Yeah, I mean that does seem outrageous. I noticed that it used to be about, like you say, if it was £2,000 for two people, £1,000 each, £2,000 total, it would be somewhere in the region of £1,500, if you wanted solo
Yeah.
occupancy of a double cabin, not more than two people occupying a cabin. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I mean, I can eat a lot of ice cream, but not that much.
Maybe it's special Fraser surge pricing.
Yeah, that's because I spent too long on the ships last year eating ice cream that they've had to put the fares up.
Yeah, that's it. There's special cost for you.
I can see, Captain, in the chat at the moment, we have got various people. We've got Mike. Mike is now launching a vote here. Vote yes to have Fraser as a regular on here with the Captain.
Oh, is he
Apparently we
really?
are the dream team.
Oh yes, there we go. Mike S, shipmates. Yep. So vote yes to as Fraser's reg. Well, there you go. We might have to have you back, Fraser.
Yeah, that's great because, do you know, I was speaking about this live stream with my Patreon community earlier in the week, and I said that I was really excited to come and join you tonight, but I was also really nervous about filling the time. I thought, oh my goodness, this is going to be multiple hours. Sometimes I get 5 minutes into a phone call with one of my best friends, and I just think I've run out of conversation.
Yeah, it is surprising. I do have the same feeling. 'Cause normally I'm going, oh, well, this is quite a good evening. We have good schedule. There's one every half an hour. There's one leaving. Then all of a sudden, they're delayed. There's like 2 hours of space in the middle. I was like, what am I going to do for 2 hours of space?
Yeah, you could sing a song.
No, I couldn't. There was the other day we had Queen Mary 2 was delayed for a very long time, and I think the end broadcast ended up being an hour and a half long, and she still hadn't departed.
Oh no.
That was the first time for that.
What ship was that? Sorry, Captain.
Queen Mary 2.
Right, okay. And did you have to end the live before she left?
Yeah, well, I think we started at 7 or something. She's supposed to leave at 7 or something, and then it was delayed, and then delayed, and then delayed. So it got to about 8:30 or 9. I said, well, I've got to give up now. And then I went down to the galley, but then she started at 10, so I did it at 10 o'clock. And actually, it was really nice because there was a beautiful reflection on the water. Yeah, it was very still, and all the lights from the Queen Mary as she came past Town Quay here, the lights all reflected on the water. It looked really pretty, so it was actually worth coming back for.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. Late night, though.
Yes, indeed. Oh, here's a channel favourite. It's the Cemex Go Innovation. You're probably not interested in hopper dredgers, but there we go. It's a very popular ship on the channel. Very distinctive livery and a distinctive bow.
Ah, which one is that?
It'll be on your screen in sort of a few seconds' time.
Ah.
So we've got the Arcadia's just disappeared round Cowshot Spit. And then we're waiting on Seas Splendor next, I suppose. There we go. There's the distinctive bow of Cemex Go Innovation.
Ah, okay. This is what I haven't actually seen this one when I've been cruising from Southampton.
She comes and goes quite a lot. She goes out into the Solent and beyond the Isle of Wight and sucks up aggregate and then brings it back into port and makes cement, and then that's all taken off somewhere else.
Oh, lovely.
Is a functioning port here in Southampton, so there is
Yeah.
all sorts of. Actually, I was going to ask if so. If you do cruise from Southampton, how do you get down to the port?
Yeah, good question. So, if anyone is watching right now who wasn't watching at the start of the stream, so I grew up in Glasgow, but I now live in the Midlands. So I now live close to Birmingham, which means that for me to head to Southampton, it's about a 3-hour, it's about a 3-hour drive without traffic. And to be honest, I usually drive and I usually park in the West Quay shopping centre, the multi-storey car park.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's a huge top tip from me, because instead of paying port parking prices, you can park for, I think it's £6 for every 24 hours. So
Yes, I think it is.
yeah, for my recent cruise on Aurora, it cost me £18 to park the car versus people I met on board who'd paid 80.
Now that is a top tip.
Yeah, so, and it's all secure. It's really good. Loads of cameras, and I've,
Yep.
touch wood, never had a problem. So I usually drive down. This question is pretty well timed because, unfortunately, 2 days before my last cruise, I burst one of my car tyres, and I thought, I now need to look at other options. How does one get to Southampton when they don't have a car? And I had loads of different options, but I think coming from the Midlands, my backup would be to take the train.
Yep. You take the train from Birmingham, would you?
Yeah, I mean, from my local station, I believe it only had one change, and that was going all the way down to the south coast, which I was really, really impressed with. I was worried it would be quite a few changes and be really quite difficult to get down there, but not at all.
Well, that's an excellent bit of advice. I would never have thought about parking in West Quay.
Yeah, it's one I actually only discovered it because I took a P&O cruise a few years back, and when I phoned up to book my parking, I don't know if they still do it, but they had an agreement with one of the parking providers, and I phoned up to try and book my parking, and unfortunately the car park was full. And then I tried another car park and it was full, and I tried another car park and it was full. I thought, oh my goodness, what am I going to do here? And I was staying in an Airbnb just a little bit out of Southampton, further down the coast. And the guys that were running that Airbnb, they said to me, oh, well, you could either leave the car here tomorrow, meaning in their driveway, or why don't you try West Quay? And I thought, okay, well, I'll give West Quay a go rather than leave the car in some random person's driveway.
Yeah, yeah.
Luckily for me, it all worked out great. So yeah, you can save a lot of money. I mean, I don't know what you would pay for 7 nights car parking in Southampton, but it wouldn't be £35.
It's about, I know if you book up, there's a couple of websites where you can book up parking in people's driveways that are quite near the cruise terminal, and they're about £120 for 7 nights.
Wow.
And I think
Wow.
even the parking at the port is somewhere in that sort of price as well.
Wow, yeah, if anyone would like to park their car in the middle of England, you're more than welcome to use my drive for £100 a week.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is an issue. Yeah, there are ABP have built. Well, they're knocking down Leisure World in Southampton, and they're building a car park there for cruise parking. There is a definite lack of cruise parking, which I think why the price is so high. But parking in West Quay is a brilliant idea. Well, especially if you're going from the sort of the city cruise terminal, it's not very far to walk.
Well, that's the thing. If you're in a position where you can walk across the road, so maybe you're going on a shorter cruise, or maybe you're just happy dragging your suitcase across, it takes you all of, I don't know, 10 minutes to walk over. So, yeah, I can see a few people in the chat. We've got Julie in the chat at the moment saying that the megabus from Manchester stops in Birmingham and then goes straight down to Southampton. That's a good tip.
That's right, yes. I've never used the megabus because annoyingly it doesn't go to London, which is about the only place I ever seem to go if I'm not in port. But yes, it does go all over the place.
Yeah, Stephen as well is saying that National Express coaches also run regularly from Birmingham. That's very useful to know because I bet whatever I'm spending on fuel, I'd save that if I took the bus.
You probably would. Yeah, you probably would. And then I don't have to pay to park either then.
Yeah, the last time I took a megabus, I boarded in Inverness and I got off in Glasgow at about 10 o'clock at night, and everybody who didn't get off in Glasgow was on all through the night until London at 6 o'clock the following morning.
What?
I don't think I would thrive.
Run that past me again?
So I got on the bus. Yeah, you have to double take. I got on the bus in Inverness, north of Scotland.
Yep.
And I left the bus in Glasgow about 10 o'clock at night. And everybody who didn't leave the bus was staying on until they arrived in London at like 6, 7 o'clock the following morning.
Crikey.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, no, I can't imagine that. It sounds very uncomfortable. Shipmate Mike S says £100 for 4 nights at Mayflower.
Yeah, which is a lot of money.
Yeah, so your very fiscally prudent tip of West Quay would only be, what is it, £6 a night? So
yeah. 24. Mm-hmm. Yeah, £24. I had to think twice there.
There's a saving of almost £75 thereabouts.
Yeah, so if you do take that tip for parking and you see me on board, I'll expect a £5 beer.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a mission of mine to try and use my YouTube channel to save people a few pounds, because I think so many people spend money on things for their cruise that they just don't need to be spending.
Oh yes, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, what do you think? Have you got anything in particular you think might that people fall into the trap of?
Well, to be honest, one big one that I saw on my Middle East cruise last year was people, believe it or not, were buying visas that they just didn't need.
Really?
Yeah, so one of the big points of confusion that we had when we were docking in Saudi Arabia was, what do we need a visa? If we do, what kind of visa do we need? And then when we transited through the Suez Canal, people were saying there you needed a visa. And the reality was, and it's in my YouTube video, I'd have to go back and check for the details, but Saudi Arabia, you did need a visa, so we had to buy a visa. The authorities came onto the ship to approve everything before you could go off one by one. But for the Suez Canal, believe it or not, there was websites selling you a passenger visa for a passenger transit of the canal, but you didn't need it. So people on board had spent £40, £50 each on a visa that nobody would check. Because of course, who's going to come on the ship in the middle of the Suez Canal to check visas of everyone on board?
Oh no, it's terrible. You would think the cruise company would try and put a stop to that, wouldn't you? Tell people they don't need visas.
Find a way to shut it down.
Yeah. There's
so many things. I mean, I find that's quite an extreme example that a lot of people may not realise. But the other big one, and it drives me wild. The prices people pay to buy water on a cruise ship, but they don't realise that if they just take a big refillable bottle, you can just get that filled up and take that big bottle back to your cabin instead of buying all these individual bottles to pre-order for your room.
Yes, I've certainly noticed that on the newer ships. They've got lots of water refill stations. In fact, my brain's gone. There was one line where when you got on board, they gave you a water bottle, an empty water bottle for that exact purpose. I can't think
Ah,
Was that Holland?
so
Was that Holland America? Oh, I don't remember.
it sounds like the kind of thing Holland America might do. I know I got a bottle on Royal Caribbean, but that's because I had a drinks package.
Right. Okay. Oh, maybe it's part of the drinks package. Yeah, I've got a couple of bottles from somewhere. I can't think where they're from. But
Oh,
yeah, that's a good
nice.
tip. I know my channel sponsor Paul. He says that the cruise companies really try and get you to buy the drinks package in advance. He thinks as a cunning ploy. So you buy the drinks package in advance, and then by the time you actually get onto the cruise ship, you've forgotten you've bought the drinks package in advance, and then you think, oh, I've got more money to spend on other things.
Yeah, and that's one that you have to be really careful with when you buy your drinks package, depending on where you cruise. So if I reflect back to cruising with Royal Caribbean last year, so I took a 4-night cruise from Long Beach, California, and I thought, right, for that one, because it's only 4 nights, I'll take a drinks package. Because if I'm on a ship for 21 nights, I don't want a drinks package because I'll be in some state if I drink alcohol every night for 21 nights to get value for money.
Yes, too much, isn't it?
And I actually forgot to buy the package before I got onto the ship because of the fact that, as we said with last year, because of the fact I was on another ship. So it just completely escaped me. And when I got on board, it actually worked out cheaper for me to buy the drinks package on board by the time you take into account the dollar to pound exchange rate versus buying it online.
Ah, top tip there.
Which, yeah, I would never have thought that, but it actually saved us. It wasn't a huge amount. I think it was about £7 per person per day. But I mean, if you're on a 4-night cruise, then suddenly you're saving £28 each. So as a pair, you save £56, and you think, well, there's your taxi to the ship.
Yes. Yeah, that's really good.
I can see in the chat, Captain Julius saying last summer on our 14 days on Arvia, we parked in Sainsbury's for an extra £50. I wonder if that is £50 or if they maybe they stayed too long and got a ticket from Sainsbury's for £50. But either way, £50 for 2 weeks is really not bad going.
Parked in Sainsbury's.
Yeah,
Oh,
where would Sainsbury's be? Is there one in Southampton?
there is. It's quite a long way from the port, though. I mean, it's quite a long way from the terminals.
Unless
No,
it's maybe a taxi effort, or maybe Julie puts her running shoes on and runs down with her luggage.
yeah, I mean, there are some. Yeah, I mean, there is some street parking around that you could abandon your car on, I suppose, if you really wanted to go budget and then get in that way, I suppose.
Yeah, that's interesting. I love when you find these little hacks that save money. I get a real kick out of either getting something cheaper that I could have paid full price for, or just not paying for something at all. So just as we were saying earlier with those restaurants on Carnival being totally free of charge, I love that.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Obviously, shipmate Julie Adventure Vlogs says that Azora has water stands around the ship.
Yes, Azura does have quite a lot of water stands around. So I've been on Azura and also Ventura, and both of them are sister ships. And I believe this may be wrong, but I believe that ship had water available in other places that wasn't just like at the buffet. For example, that you'd be walking down a corridor and you could get water.
Yeah, I think they seem to be doing more of that these days because it's part of their. Oh, I almost remembered which was the ship that was giving away the bottles. I remember what it was now. It was part of their environmental brief to stop plastic bottles being used. So actually, it was MSC. It was the MSC Arvia because there was actually artwork. I remember now. There was artwork in part of the ship that was made out of plastic bottles found at sea. Quite pretty.
Oh, that's cool. Which
Yeah.
cruise line was that?
That was the MSC Arvia.
Ah, okay. Yeah, some of the environmental things they can do are really interesting, aren't they?
Yeah, yeah. So they're part of their remit was to stop people using plastic bottles. That's right. I knew it would come to me eventually.
Yeah, so on my transatlantic cruise with Virgin last year, they had So the ships bring like guest speakers and people like that on board to talk about their areas.
Yes.
So we had a woman on board who was, I guess she would be like a conservationist, if that's the right word. And she had plastic waste that had been found in the ocean, and she brought it on board with her. And what they do on key Virgin trips, so for example, the last transatlantic that I think Scarlet Lady did, and then the transatlantic that we did, was they pick an animal. So, for example, a great white shark, and they stitch all the plastic waste together to then make a life-size great white shark.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and she did a talk one day, and she had hired out like her local church hall to display all these life-size animals, and some of them, I mean, yeah, I try to not think about the animals that are in the ocean under the ship, or I'd probably be terrified cruising. But some of these animals are enormous, and when you see them made of plastic, it really hits home the scale of the issue, doesn't it?
Certainly does, yeah. Are they making this while you're on the ship, or they just make it on land?
Yeah, so they make most of them on land. So it's like a university team who do this as like an extracurricular environmental awareness thing, and they come on the ship and they do one animal per key cruise. So for our 14-night cruise, they then made I feel like it was something like a platypus or something that they made on our cruise.
Right. Excellent.
Yeah, really interesting.
That's really interesting, yeah.
Arcadia's making really good progress here. That's some speed that she's running at the moment.
Yeah, this is where they open up the taps coming round. Once they've gone round Bramblebank. So she's at 15.2 knots, yep, heading on out. Down.
I just love when you see the water breaking at the front there.
Yeah, we don't really see that too much up in the port, because they're a little bit slower. The shipmate that was talking earlier about the parking in Sainsbury's. Yeah, she said, shipmate Julie Adventure Vlogs, £50 each for each car for 14 days, and they got a taxi for £13 to the port.
It's probably fair with what you were saying earlier then about it's not exactly right next door to the port,
No, it's a little bit up in Portswood. That's where I think she's parked. It's a tactic, I must say. Yeah,
it's another way to cheat the system. How are you finding Southampton this year with the number of ships that are in it? It always baffles me when I bring the car down on a key changeover day and you've got 4/5 ships trying to decant passengers and unload new passengers all in what, a 8-hour window. Is the city holding the traffic okay, or is it difficult down there?
Yeah, it can be really busy. Yeah, it can be really busy.
I can imagine.
So some weekends we can have anywhere sort of up to 15 cruise ships in a weekend, but certainly get 10, 12 over the weekend. You can have 5 on a Sunday and 5 on a Saturday sometimes. So that's really busy. It's particularly bad, and this is where the locals really complain about it, when the Southampton Football Club are playing a game at the same time.
Oh my goodness. Is there... Oh, I actually don't think I've ever seen a football stadium from the ship. Is that close to the port?
Can you see it from the ship? I'm trying to think if you can see it. Yes, it is. It's where Itchingham is. It's not far from Itchingham. And in fact, if the wind's in the right direction, you can actually hear them shouting. I don't think you can see the stadium because it's not very tall. No, there's a bridge in the way, so no, you can't see the stadium. But it's very close, right in the centre of port.
Oh, I'll have to Google that.
Yeah, but the problem is, so if there's a big game on, you have 38,000 people going to the stadium, and then 30,000 people getting on 20,000 people getting on a cruise ship, and 20,000 people getting off a cruise ship. So you end up with 70,000 people moving around the ports, and those are the worst days. That just completely clogs the place up. And then everyone starts writing to the local paper saying, these cruise ships are stupid and unfair and environmentally not sensitive, and they shouldn't be allowed.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I can imagine that there probably is a lot of that, because I was cruising on Costa last year, and I was really impressed because what happened when we docked in Genoa, I believe, was that they essentially just took a huge generator and plugged the ship in when we docked, and then the ship was running off shoreside electricity.
Yep.
But a lot of the ships in Southampton are currently not able to do that. So, I mean, is pollution an issue down there, or is it just...
It is actually. Southampton is one of the most polluted cities in the country because of that very reason. I mean, not just cruise ships; it's all sorts of commercial ships. There's what I was reading. The problem with plugging the ships in for shore power is that there are multiple standards for shore power, which seems crazy. So there isn't a single solution. Although I believe they are putting more in, but it's the commercial ships. I mean, I could show you this one here. So this is a commercial ship that's at the far end of port, and it's just sitting there, generating its own electricity, constantly pumping out fumes.
Oh, is that the huge one?
Yeah, that's the Ocean Network Express Innovation big pink container ship.
Yeah. Is that in port quite often? I feel as though that was there a few weeks ago.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is often there. Yeah. Yeah. So it is a problem trying to. It is a problem trying to get the pollution down. So yeah, people do complain.
Yeah, I can see in the chat we've got Newsgirl 100. The nightmare is cruise ships plus football plus Saturday shoppers at IKEA. We always arrive the day before the cruise, too risky to otherwise. Dude, it's a great point. If I've got the ability to head down the day before, I quite often do head down and just treat myself to a Nando's or something the night before, and it means you can relax the day of your cruise rather than trying to rush down the road to beat the traffic, which, I mean, we all know you never really do beat the traffic, do you? You just end up joining it.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it is an issue. So actually, I was going to ask you, so you've been to Southampton a few times. Do you actually? So when you come back, I presume you just get straight on the road or back to your home. But when you've come in slightly early, so you've come in a night before, so you've booked some accommodation.
Yeah.
Do you do anything touristy in Southampton?
Good question. So I usually enjoy staying right in the middle or right in the centre of Southampton or kind of down by the port. And there's quite a few cool things that I've done in Southampton. I love walking the walls. I think you get a great view of the city as you walk the walls.
Yeah.
I also love, what else have I done? I went to a museum that, I can't remember the name of the museum, so you'll have to forgive me, but they had at the time a Titanic exhibition.
If it was all about the Titanic, it's the very incorrectly named Sea City Museum.
Oh, is that controversial?
Well, no, because it should be called the Titanic Museum. It's all about the Titanic.
Oh, is it always the Titanic?
Yeah. It's really good because there's a whole map. There's absolutely fascinating information there. There's maps of the city where lots of the crew lived, and it shows you where they lived. And they've got, in fact, if it's in the Civic Hall, which is where it moved to, the part of the exhibition is actually in the courtroom where they heard some of the information. Oh, what's it? My brain's having a little meltdown. So they took the manufacture of the rivets. Let's go to court, and they were having testimony heard in the courtroom. It was actually in that building where they heard these testimony.
Oh wow! No, I had no idea about that.
Yeah,
that's interesting. I'd actually really like to go back there. That was a few years ago, but so I've done the Titanic Museum. I've walked the walls, and to be honest, because I'm only ever really there a night before the cruise and then the morning of it, I really enjoy. I love walking around West Quay. I'm a shopper at heart, so I love just wandering in there and seeing what I can pick up to take on holiday with me. But apart from that, I haven't really explored Southampton in much more detail. I mean, what would you recommend for my next trip then?
Well, it's a good question. The reason I was asking, because that's one of the biggest criticisms when the cruisers come into Southampton. They either arrive very early in the morning and just get straight on to the ships, or they arrive the day before and they don't really do much. They maybe go to a restaurant, like you say, and then that's it.
And they spend no money.
They spend no money. So it's all this in the press about, millions of cruisers come through the centre of Southampton, but They don't actually visit the town as much. So yes, you've done quite well. That's with the Titanic Museum or the Sea City Museum. There's a very interesting plane museum in Southampton. That's not too bad. Yeah, that's if you're interested in planes. They've got quite a few exhibits because it's the home to the Spitfire, Southampton. So there's quite a lot of Spitfire information.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They, if you like walking the walls, then they're at the right time of year. There is actually guided walking tours with you have historians that walk around and tell you what's going on. They're always really interesting. It is every time I've been on 4 or 5 of them with bringing different guests in from overseas. Every single time, the historians have got a completely different idea of what's going on. They've got a different bent. You know, they're particularly interested in something else. So you always get a really interesting perspective. So they're quite good. They're not very expensive, like £5 and a couple of hours in the morning or afternoon.
Oh, that's a great tip. Yeah, do I have any other? Oh yeah, I might have a Southampton trip later this year if I can get on Queen Anne. That would be so. If there's anyone listening as well, and you happen to be local, I can see Newsgirl is recommending God's House Tower.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
I'll Google that and see what that looks like. But yeah, if anyone else is in the chat and you maybe are local or you've cruised from Southampton before and you would say, do you know what? If you're coming down from Birmingham, you have to do this. Let me know, and I would love to make a note of it and maybe even bring some Southampton attractions to my YouTube channel.
Yeah, that was my sort of further to my thoughts. I was actually going to make some videos of what you can do in port for a day. We get a lot of the Ada cruise ships arrive, and you can never tell what an Ada ship's here because there's lots of Germans walking up and down the high street.
Of course.
And they do stick out. But they don't actually. I don't know if you don't necessarily know where to go or what to do. So I was going to make some films about things to do because you can't do it because if you're in port for not really a day, is it? You're probably pounding the streets at 10ish, and you've got to be back on board for 3:30, 4ish. So you haven't really got a lot of time. So it's boarding it down into what's interesting.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I'm not sure what Southampton would be like as a port to. Oh, as I'm speaking, I think I see a bit of movement on the camera.
Yes, you do. That's the Seas Splendor. Just departing.
That's good. This is the ship I've been really looking forward to seeing today.
Yeah, she's reversing to the middle swing ground. Now, unfortunately, we've got a big marquee in the way as part of Seaworks, which is the commercial boat show.
Is the boat show about to happen in Southampton, or has it already passed? I usually love that event.
The boat show is in September, second week in September. But this is something called Seaworks, which is a commercial boat show.
Right. Okay.
And they have lots of. Essentially, I've been a couple of years ago, and it was mainly.
Yeah, I went to the main boat show a few years ago, and it was amazing to get on some of these yachts that I never ever thought I'd get close enough to. And there I was sitting on the sofa.
Yeah. Yeah, so the commercial boat show, mainly lots of offshore vessels for offshore work, so offshore wind turbine repairs and offshore oil rigs. There's lots of very strange-looking vessels in the boat show, and then the rest of it's very similar to the conventional boat show with equipment for navigation and ropes and lines and all those sorts of things and generators. So some of it's very similar, but it's quite different with the types of vessels that are there.
Yeah. Oh, we have Leslie R in the chat, Captain. We're now on Arvia and can hear Hornage. There must be a bit of action going on up there.
There was. I think Seas Splendor was giving us a bit of a honk just then. Yeah, I realise.
I wonder if they're having a bit of a battle against each other.
Don't know. Tend not to be cross brands.
Yeah, it's very exclusive. Very cliquey, these cruise ships.
They are. So not next week. I think it's towards the end of this month. Queen Anne and Queen Mary 2 are in port at the same time. So
good luck to any early evening nappers local to the port then.
Precisely, because I think that's going to be quite honky.
Yeah, actually, just thinking about Arvia, we are. I don't think we've seen Arvia on any of the stream today. Is she hiding out of view of the camera at the moment?
Yes, I do have. Normally, I have a camera called Cruise Cam, which would give you a perfect view of the ocean terminal. But unfortunately, the building that Cruise Cam is on is undergoing some scaffolding work, so I can't actually see it. But yes, we do. If I can flick over to Forley Cam, and there we go. That's Arvia. She's just hiding behind some buildings, so we can see the stern. Well, I can see the lines go down, but I can't see much else, unfortunately.
Yeah, I did wonder.
Yeah, Cruise Cam normally has a brilliant view completely of the ship, but yeah, unfortunately, the building cladding work on the buildings means the camera's down. All you can see on Cruise Cam would have been just mesh netting and builders having Kit Kats and cups of tea, whatever they do.
Some people might want to watch that.
Yeah, actually, there's been a lot of comments that people would like to watch that.
Yeah, there's probably a market for that somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. They want to watch the builders work, or as someone else say, not work.
Yeah, I can see Arvia now, actually. That's a great shot that you've got of her.
Seas Splendor.
So you were saying earlier, Captain, you've never been on Seas Splendor?
Nope, not been on any of the Regent ones.
Yeah, I'd love to. For anyone that's not familiar with Regent, so these guys are owned by Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings, which is the parent company. So within this parent company, you'll find a couple of different brands. So first up, you've got Norwegian, who are definitely a mass market American cruise line, probably quite similar to maybe P&O / Royal Caribbean, that sort of vibe. You've then got Oceania, which are the luxury market, and then you've also got Regent Seven Seas Cruises, which is what we're looking at now. So I think this ship launched in February 2020. Can you think of worse timing to launch a cruise ship?
Could you really? Couldn't say you couldn't get any worse timing than a mere weeks before.
A couple
pandemic.
of weeks before everyone's punted back off again.
Yeah.
This ship, looking at the back, is that a swimming pool down at the back, down at the bottom?
Look, I think you might be right.
I'm also just seeing if I can access a deck plan online, but that looks beautiful. Imagine being at sea sitting back there.
Yeah, that is excellent. I haven't noticed that before. I don't know how many crew there are on board, but there's only space for 746 passengers.
That's right. So I believe this is the largest of Regent ships. So they actually say on the website that they at no point carry more than 746. So I expect this is probably the largest in the fleet.
Yes, the Seven Seas Explorer, Seven Seas Splendor, and the Seven Seas Grandeur are all about the same. They're all the same size for 740.
Yeah, I was doing a little bit of reading about this ship earlier, and the figure that I landed on was 548 crew. So if you've got 548 crew looking after 746 passengers, you are going to be spoiled on there.
I would think so, yeah. I mean, obviously you've got a small overhead of operating the ship with various roles that you need anyway, regardless of the number of people on board. But yes, you've got to have a pretty good ratio of service there, haven't you?
Yeah, looking at the deck plan, so yeah, the back of deck 5, which we're about to get a lovely view of when she spins around a little bit more, that's where you've got the infinity pool. So it looks on the plan as though you've maybe got a swimming pool in the middle, and it looks as though maybe 2 hot tubs on either side, but I don't think we're seeing hot tubs there, so maybe that's just
I don't know. Yeah, no, I think you're right. It looks like a hot tub, yeah.
Maybe we are right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, what an absolutely beautiful ship. So there's I'm just looking at some of these cabins on here. When I innocently looked to price up a week on here, and I mean, it says it all that I'm looking at pricing up a week on here, but at the same time I'm pricing up 3 nights on Queen Anne and saying, no, too expensive. But they've got a suite on this ship, right, called the Regent Suite. And that one suite, the inside of the room is 292 square meters, and the balcony is 120 square meters. And if you'd rather have that in foot, then that's more than 4,000 square foot.
I'm going to say that is
Just
huge.
in one suite. It's enormous. So
Wow.
they say in there they class that as an in-suite spa retreat they've got in there, which is apparently a first for any cruise ship in the world.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, so I can think of nothing more opulent than leaving port while in my own in-suite spa.
No, no, you're right. I can't think of anything more opulent than that. That is
Yeah, I
impressive.
think the only thing better than a spa is one that you don't have to speak to other people in.
Exactly. So did you get a price on this extravaganza?
So not for the Regent Suite. No, unfortunately, it looks as though that's probably one of those rooms that it's only available if you maybe go direct to the cruise line, or maybe it sells out really quickly because there's only one on the whole ship. So I scanned most dates this summer and unfortunately couldn't get a number.
You probably need to be in the know, don't you?
Yeah.
I must say, there's a shipmate on the well deck just behind the name, and he's looking very well appointed. White trousers, a blue top, and a white hat.
Oh, let me see him coming into view.
Yeah.
Where are we? I hope it's not the captain.
Well, I would hope not, no.
That looks like really interesting. Almost like the promenade deck. If you look directly above that open hatch at the front,
Yes.
there's like a metal block, but then coming off it is the porthole windows, as if that would be a walkway, which is really unusual.
Oh, I see what you mean. It looks like some sort of barriers. It doesn't look like you can walk to the front of the ship, though.
Yeah. Well, that guy at the front must have a great view. Is that the man you were referring to?
That's right, yes.
Yeah, hopefully that's not a guest down there.
No, I don't think so.
I wonder how many we've got on board tonight. I don't know if any of the blue spanners have that information, and you guys seem to... Oh, I can see actually no numbers yet. That's from Etienne.
Oh, looks like shipmate Mark Napier says a world cruise in 2027, the Regent Suite. You read
Oh
it?
my goodness, sign me up.
£651,000 per person.
Wow, how long does it go for the rest of time? Wow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I would have a bit of a proposal then, that if we were to co-host this live stream, we could do it from the 2027 World Cruise, and it would only cost 325,000 each.
Well, where's the plan? We could. I think we'll have to start a GoFundUs.
That would be quite the GoFundMe page. Wow, what an amazing amount of money to cruise the world, eh?
I don't suppose you'd be worrying too much about paying for parking in Sainsbury's at that sort of price, would you?
Yeah. Yeah, that is unbelievable. Wow. I wonder if they would let me on for even 20 minutes. I don't know if I could afford that, but hey.
Probably not, no. Shipmate Michael Thomas, he recommends the old Wool House, which is now the Dancing Man Brewery.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
good. If you've not been in there, it's right down by the Red Funnel ferry terminal.
Okay.
And they brew all their own beer.
Oh, now we are talking.
And I don't know if you like beer, Fraser?
I absolutely love beer. I was at a friend's house yesterday who makes homebrew, so you're speaking to me at exactly the right time.
Well, it used to be very hoppy, and I sort of complained a couple of times because everything was so hoppy. They've normally got about 9, 10 or 11 beers on that they've brewed, and it was just all a bit hoppy. But now they've diversified a bit. So they've actually got some other ales, and then they've also got quite a few porters. So it's actually a really good selection
nice.
now. So yeah, I'd recommend that. And you can sit outside and watch the ships go by.
And that's walkable to the ships?
Yeah. Yeah, it's right by Mayflower Park, if you know Mayflower Park.
Oh, nice. Wasn't there a... Is that where the Indian restaurant is?
That's right, yes, Cooties.
Ah, right. Yeah. Actually, I think I know the place you mean. Is it directly across the road from there?
Yes, that's right. It's a big medieval stone building.
Yes, I know exactly where you are. I've also Googled the name of the place that I can't see the comment, but we were speaking earlier about God's House Tower,
Yes.
and I can't believe it, but that looks like the place that's right on the main road down at the front that I have walked past
Yes,
so
it is.
many times. I've
Yeah,
never
yeah.
been in.
Yep. And there are two aspects to it, actually. There's the main part, which you can pay to go in, and then you go up to the tower and have a look. Or there is half of it's actually free, and you can just wander in. They've normally got some artwork on display, or a few bits and pieces. So, yeah, that's free. And
Yeah, that looks amazing. Oh, you've got some shipmates on the balcony.
Oh, yeah, certainly have.
We've found life.
Where is the Regent Suite? Is that right at the front?
So it says it's at the highest point of the ship.
The highest point of the ship. Oh,
I'm
see.
actually on the deck plan now. It's at the very top of deck 14.
Okay. At the bow.
It looks like it's around the funnel, maybe?
Okay. There's definitely somewhere right at the very front. That looks fancy.
Ah, wait, I think you are right. It's at the high. Yeah,
There's
so
like
the
a
only
separate-
things.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only things on deck 14, there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 suites plus the Regent Suite at the very front, looking out the front of the ship.
So I saw some on the shipmate, Mark Napier, there's 141 nights. So there you go.
Oh
That's
my
where
goodness,
you'd be.
and then on night number 142, you return back to the UK and think, right, if only I had 600,000 in my bank.
Yeah, that is quite the expense, isn't it?
Shockingly, though, that probably doesn't include. Like, I don't know. Do you reckon you would get? I wonder what you pay extra for on this ship. That wouldn't cover like visas and visiting the ports that you go to. So I dread to think how much extra you have to budget.
I don't know. I was talking to channel sponsor Paul. He was saying that quite a lot is included when you travel on the Regent ships. So
Right. Okay.
everything is sort of Wi-Fi, drinks package, shore excursions to a certain extent. You basically don't pay for anything as far as I can tell from what he was saying.
Oh, nice.
But you would hope not when you're paying $600.
But well, yeah. I'm thinking I don't know if there'd be anything left in the bank to give them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to get down to Southampton and see this ship because she looks absolutely beautiful in these cameras tonight.
Yeah, it's nice. So she's slightly smaller. So one of the advantages of these luxury ships that are smaller is they can access a different variety of ports than the larger ships.
Yeah, I can imagine. I've docked in a few ports in France where on the large ships you're really quite far out. Marseille is a good example. You're really quite far out and then you get into the centre and you've got these smaller ships docked right in the heart of the old town. It's amazing how close they can get.
Yes, that was one of the big selling points of the Fred Olsen line when I was on that ship. They were saying how they can get into ports that the large ships can't get into.
Yeah, it's okay in ports like, I mean, if you visit the Greek islands that we mentioned earlier, or if you visit a lot of ports in the Caribbean, you know, it doesn't really matter if you're on a small ship or a big ship, but Europe especially, I've never cruised Asia, but Europe especially, it makes all the difference if you can get on a smaller ship if you're looking for port access.
Yes, yeah. Excellent Blue Spanner. Etienne says 716 passengers, 545 crew.
So we don't have a huge amount of empty cabins on there. So if we've got 716 with a capacity of 746, that ship is also running pretty full.
Yeah, and there could well be some solo occupancy on there as well, I suppose.
Yeah. I can see Mike in the chat, £600,000. Fraser, does that include ice cream? I think I've got a reputation here.
You certainly do. Is there a particular flavour of ice cream that's your preference for you? Or is it just...
To be honest, it's cheap and cheerful. It's got to be the soft serve that comes out the machine.
Oh, the Mr. Whippy.
Oh, 100% Mr. Whippy all day.
There's an ice cream van in Mayflower Park, and he serves ice cream. It's a very popular location for the shipmates to go down and grab an ice cream and watch the ships depart.
Yeah, I have seen that from time to time, and I often think when I'm on a ship, the irony when I've paid the money to be on a ship, I think, oh, what I'd give to be down there in that car park.
Shipmate Nigel Greer says, wonder why cruise cam wasn't working. People keep asking why cruise cam isn't working, and it's not that it's not working. It does work. It's just can't see anything. It's a constant.
Nigel has a good point there, Captain. Do you ever have any issues with security with the ships? I guess your cameras are far enough away that you're not filming in restricted property and things, but do you have any issues there? I
did have a bit of a run-in with ABP, Associated British Ports, who run the port here in Southampton. They sent me a cease and desist to stop what it is that I do. But I had a little talk with them, and that sorted itself out. But yes, they were. It was completely ridiculous. Some of the things they were. So effectively, ABP operates the water from here all the way round the Isle of Wight, almost or past Portsmouth.
Sure.
And part of their conditions of being on that water, for instance, one of their conditions are you're not allowed to take photographs.
Oh, wow.
So that effectively would apply to anyone on a cruise ship. You're not allowed to take photographs, which is just plainly bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah, the reason I ask, I actually had a situation, shall we say, with a port agent when I was boarding Aurora 2 weeks ago, where I walked up and I was on my phone, and when I got up to the terminal, so we were parked where we were docked rather, at the furthest away dock, and when I got up there, someone wearing a high-vis vest came out on a phone and said, is it the guy with the blue bag? Is it him? Has he got black hair? And the guy was like, okay, I need you to come in here. I've heard that you've been on your phone taking photos. And I thought, oh, okay, that's unusual. And they were sort of reviewing my phone. They were in my camera roll. They were trying to assess if I was up to anything. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm just trying to go on a cruise ship to go on holiday. It seemed very strange and unwelcoming. I hadn't seen that at the port before, so it got me thinking here.
Yes,
if you had ever come across that.
Yeah, ABP are very strict on it. So if you go onto ABP land, they will stop you from taking photographs.
Ah, wow.
So ridiculous. One of the things that there were many things that were ridiculous. So I mean, I can't, like, there were loads of pictures on the internet that they wanted me to take off, which I don't know, because other people take pictures and post them on the internet.
Yeah.
And then one of the things that really made me laugh is you won't see it, a little bit delayed, but they said, oh, with your cameras, people can see where the ships are. And I thought, well, yes, but with this AIS software, you can see exactly where the ships are any time of day. So
yeah.
I was confused as to exactly what they were trying to do. So anyway, we had an agreement, and yes, because although I can zoom in, you can't work out who people are. It's not, I can't get close enough to see anything important or pertinent. So you can't make out faces or people or identify people. So
yeah. yeah, that's funny. Yeah, she was making good progress out there.
Certainly is. Not many lifeboats, are there? You think about the comparison to some of the other ships, but I guess that's because not many passengers on board.
Yeah, it's a valid point. In that picture, you've only got, 4 down one side?
Yep, just the 4. I guess there's 4 on the other side as well. Wow,
really good point. What that does mean is that the promenade deck will have some beautiful views. It's one of the criticisms that's coming out of Queen Anne, because the lifeboats block the majority of the vantage points looking out to sea.
That's what that's what was crossing my mind when I saw the lifeboats there.
Yeah, so you've got a really open deck that looks as though you can walk around, and then that takes you to the infinity pool at the back there.
Yeah, so where were you when you were stopped then, Fraser?
So I was boarding Aurora, which was up at, is that Mayflower Terminal, the one that's furthest away from Mayflower Park?
Yes, I
in
think it
that
is.
long line beside the brand new one.
Yes.
Yeah, I was up there.
Ah.
Yeah, it sounds as though they've maybe got a heightened security watch.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, it does seem a bit odd because what do people do when on a cruise ship? They take pictures, don't they? That's part of the very nature of travelling on a cruise ship.
I know. I can with that kind of thing. I mean, I always say that. I mean, I'm relatively thick-skinned. Like that doesn't really impact my day. That's just someone that wants to have a look at my camera roll. But for someone that is, a little bit more, maybe I don't know, self-aware or a little bit more highly strung, that could really ruin your day.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they are just a bit heavy-handed.
Yeah.
They do chase me out of Mayflower Park sometimes when I'm droning.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think they were, shall I say, suitably mortified when they were scrolling through my camera roll and all they could find was selfies of me with various cruise ships. I thought very quickly I was confirmed as not a security threat.
No. It's a very peculiar chap, maybe, but
Yeah. Each to their own,
exactly, yeah. Yeah, there we are. Yes, they are a bit heavy-handed, I think is the polite way of putting it.
Yeah. I can see a few comments in the chat there referring to the cruise boys' yellow hand.
Yes.
It must be easy to spot them on a ship.
Oh, they're so good. They are. With the big yellow hands, it's just I can almost spot it. You can spot it miles away.
Yeah, it makes your job easy.
It does make my job very easy. Yeah. In fact, they're joining me next weekend for a stream.
Oh, great. Yeah, I was lucky enough to meet both Gavin and Luke on Aurora a few weeks ago, and they are excellent. They are a really, really good laugh, both of them.
I think are they from Wales? Are they Welsh? I remember. Or less.
Yes, I believe they're both Welsh, actually.
From Wales. Quite a lot. We get quite a lot of Welsh cruisers on board. I don't know. I guess because we're not far from Wales, are we? Essentially, it's a relatively short car journey down to Southampton.
Yeah, I tend to not find too many Scottish people on the Southampton ships at times. It must be majority English, and certainly when I speak on board and there's another Scottish person or Glaswegian in the same room, they tend to come running over and they go, "Oh my goodness, where are you from? I haven't found another Scottish person yet."
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, I've certainly noticed lots of Welsh people, but I've never noticed. Well, I've never noticed, but never not noticed, I suppose.
Yeah, it happens a lot in America. If I cruise out of Miami, the minute you speak, you either get the response of, "Oh my goodness, why do you sound like that? Where on earth are you from?" Or you get, "Oh, you sound like me. Where are you from? Which part of Glasgow?"
Yes, of course, yes. Yeah, you would certainly notice that on the American cruise ships, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
They probably think you're Australian or something.
Yeah, I get Irish almost every time.
Ah, yeah. Well, that's fair enough, I suppose. It's not.
Yeah, I can see that, to be fair. I'm just looking at the back of the ship there on that other shot that you had. So,
Yep.
Up at the very top at the back, they actually have mini golf on here.
Do they?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought a ship like this. So they have a paddle tennis court, which I could have seen that coming. They have a bocce court. I've never played that.
Bocce ball?
They have shuffleboard, a golf net, a sports deck, which has got, jogging track and whatnot. And a putting green. So they've got mini golf. I thought they would have left that to the likes of Royal Caribbean.
Well, that's a good point. It's probably a little more sophisticated than Royal Caribbean. It's probably all about the skill and getting your handicap down.
Are you telling me you don't think there's a massive 12-foot giraffe in the middle of the course?
No, there's no Gary. There's no Gary on board this ship, I don't think. Have you been on, I think it's the Norwegian cruise ships with the go-kart track on the top?
Oh, do you know? No, I haven't. I saw Emma Cruises was on there for Alaska very recently.
Oh, was she? Oh, yes. I haven't seen the video, but I saw the thumbnail.
Yeah, so I've cruised with Norwegian a few times. Norwegian was actually my first ever cruise, and that was on Escape, which was a ship which launched back in 2015, I think. So I got on in 2018 for my first ever cruise, and then I got on again last year. And yeah, I really I love the Norwegian cruise product. It's just so laid back and so chilled. But I'm not convinced the go-karts are for me. I think they're maybe a little bit garish.
I'd be keen to give it a go, I'd have to say.
Yeah, I think you have to pay extra for them.
Yes, yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. Laws, thank you very much in the chat. Fraser, you've done a fantastic job today. Please do the live again on the Solent Ships. Well, thank you very much for listening to me. As I said earlier, I thought we would run out of conversation after 4 minutes.
And here we are.
Here we are, 3 hours in.
Yeah. I know, crazy, isn't it? Well, I'm following the Seas Splendor down as she's going. I'm not quite sure where she's going. You know, I've missed that. Where is she off to? I think she's off
Look
to
at that shot. I've actually got where she's going here, so she is
Invergordon, Kirkwell, Orkney,
slightly less exotic route.
Stornoway, Isle of Lewis, Harris, Dublin, Belfast, Isle of Man, Cork, Portland, and gosh, that's very much an English cruise, isn't it?
It's not a lot
a
of
UK, British
nautical
Isles.
miles between those ports, is it?
No.
Yeah, so she tomorrow will be cruising the North Sea all day, and then on Tuesday morning at 8 a.m. she'll be pulling in to Tyne for Newcastle.
Yeah, that's definitely an advantage being a smaller ship there.
Yeah. Yeah, some of those ports will be great, but what a funny cruise. I didn't
I know, yeah,
it's
I was
very
thinking the
UK
same.
intensive, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be quite a good. I think it was Richard earlier in the chat was mentioning about the one night trip on Fred, if my memory serves me right. This would be a great itinerary to offer really short bursts. So, for example, get on the ship today and leave it in Newcastle, or board in Newcastle and leave in Edinburgh. That would be great.
Yes, it would be good for that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I do wonder if these ships, though, if they maybe have quite a lot of people who spend a fair bit of time on board. I tend to find that when you go into the more luxurious end of the market, you find the people that really amaze me, where they just live on there.
Oh, that is incredible, isn't it? I was trying to think. There was a ship that I was going to go on. Oh, I can't think. And it went from Southampton just up to, I think it went to Newcastle on a repositioning cruise, but it was all delayed. And it was 2 nights, and it was like £100. It was really cheap. But it sold out really quickly. That's why Paul from Love Cruises keeps sending me some of these things.
A repositioning cruise to Newcastle.
Yeah, I think it got delayed or something, and so it just had to go back up the coast. And then there was one on Queen Mary 2 as well that went up from Southampton to Liverpool. She had to cancel a transatlantic. So, or I think it was transatlantic. She cancelled anyway, so ended up going up to Liverpool from Southampton, and that was a 2-night cruise. And again, that was really good value, but it sold out just at the drop of a hat.
Yeah, the one-nighter, I maybe shouldn't advertise that too much because I want to book it, so I hope everyone else doesn't. Otherwise, I'll have to pay a fortune. But they are really good to get on and just try a cruise line for the first time before you try and book for a full week next time, you know?
Yeah, it's a great way to experience, isn't it? The cruise with a 1 or 2-nighter.
Yeah, on some ships, it must be such a short time. If you look at the new Oasis class ship, so I think it's Utopia of the Seas, which is the same sort of size as Symphony of the Seas or Harmony of the Seas from Royal. She's actually launching and is going to be specialising in weekend cruises. Would you believe it?
Sorry, Fraser, I was concentrating on something there.
Yeah, no, Utopia of the Seas, the huge big Oasis class
Oh,
ship, is
yes, yes.
actually going to be launching and specialising in UK weekend cruises.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I was on Symphony for 7 nights, and by the end of it, I was exhausted trying to see it all. I can't even imagine doing that across a Friday to Monday cruise.
Yeah, that is quite a challenge because I certainly on the larger ships, I even 7 nights on the larger ship, there are areas that you think, oh, I don't think I've seen it all. So wouldn't even scratch the surface, would you?
Yeah, I think I'd probably leave a ship like that pretty unhappy at the end of it because I just wouldn't even know what was there. But a lot of these sort of Fred sizes or ambassador sizes, like they are, even P&O, like they're all pretty good sizes. Maybe not Iona or Arvia, but the smaller ones are pretty decent to sample.
Yeah. Shipmate Jeffer Loeb says, where do you find out about the 102 Night Cruises? Oh, well, you can contact Paul on Love Cruise. I think there's a link in the description there, and he'll be able to send you away of a sample cruise.
I'm sure he would delight in doing that.
He would. Yeah, I get quite a lot of questions from new cruisers. Do you get the same?
Yeah, so I tend to find quite a lot of people that find my YouTube channel have actually never cruised before.
Yeah.
And they come across me and they think, oh, actually, do you know what? It's quite interesting watching someone else on a cruise to try and figure out how it actually works. I remember before I took my first one, I had no idea what to expect because I'd only ever been to. I had done like Florida holidays as a child, and then when I was old enough to travel on my own, I did a bit of Italian travel and then like Tenerife hotels. But I had never done a holiday where I'd actually be on a ship at any point. So yeah, I get quite a lot of questions from people that say, "Hey, look, if you could speak to someone that was in your position 5 years ago, what advice would you give them?" And I love it. I love helping people who have never tried a cruise before because I've got I'd probably say such a burning passion for this industry. I just absolutely love it, and I genuinely think that anyone that hasn't cruised is missing out.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I would say that I don't really know the numbers because I've not really asked the question, but I definitely get a lot of people who've never been on a cruise ship before and just checking them out and having a look and seeing what it's all about. Which I think you do, don't you? If you're doing your research, you probably end up on YouTube, and there's lots of people making YouTube content about cruise ships, so it's a great way to learn about it and try and work out what to do. And then I suppose the other people I get are people who have been on quite a few cruises and they want to check out the ship, or they want which ship shall I go on next and which ship they like the look of, and they're trying to work out which one to go on next.
Yeah, 100%. Have you taken many of the short cruises?
No.
No, not at all. You tend to stick to the longer, do you?
Yes. Yep, stick to the long ones. Mainly because they're pretty good value for money.
Yeah, I think when you get on there for the 7 nights, it's significantly cheaper per night than what you pay for a lot of the short ones, isn't it?
Oh yes, yeah. Some of the sort of deals I have, although post lockdown, it's not. I don't think it's as good. Yeah, 7 nights on a cruise ship weren't, that much more than 3 nights. And you think, well, you're on there for twice the length of time.
Yeah, and maybe even long enough to get a bit of sunshine.
Yeah, maybe. Shipmate Rab Nesbitt says he sailed under the 4 bridges on the Fred Olsen, Balmoral and Braemar.
Which would be an amazing sail through. That would be unbelievable. Out of curiosity, Rab, when you did the cruise, if you let us know in the chat, when you did that cruise, how many Forth bridges were there? Because when I grew up, there was the original rail bridge, and then the Forth road bridge, so that made 2, and then a few years ago they built a 3rd one. So I'd be intrigued to know at what point did you do your sail through, and I'd love to visit Edinburgh on a cruise. I think it would be so great to almost take a step back and appreciate how much I took it for granted living up there.
Yeah, you'd be docking in Leith, wouldn't you? Right by Edinburgh.
Yeah, so you can do Leith, and then you can also do Queensferry, but I think Queensferry you tender.
Ah, okay.
But I think Leith is an actual cruise dock, isn't it?
I think that's where I see most of the cruises going to. I have seen some go to Queensferry, but most of them seem to go to Leith. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just given it a quick search there. They're definitely attached to the dock there.
I suppose at some point there might be a fourth bridge.
Oh, I'm sure if they have their way, they'll just keep building bridge after bridge. But let's not get into Scottish politics on this.
Yes,
I can see Jean in the chat is heading off on Arvia next year. Well, Jean, hopefully we will be showing you Arvia very soon. I think she's due to depart in about an hour, Cap?
Yes. We can have a look at the stern. There are plenty of lines attached still. I notice there's a rainbow forklift truck down there. Very
Oh,
interesting.
really?
Yeah. Not sure what that's all about. There's a whole series of rainbow flags here in port, and I'm not familiar with actually the flag itself.
Is it Pride Month?
I don't know. Maybe you might be right. But it's
I think Queen Anne also had rainbow stuff up. Oh, rainbow-like stuff. But I know that obviously June would be Pride, so it may be associated with that.
I'm assuming, but it's a but instead of just being a conventional rainbow flag, it's a rainbow flag with a yellow segment at the yellow triangle at one end with some graphics on it. But
Okay. Oh yeah, I see the forklift truck down there.
in fact, I think I can find a flag. Here we go. I can find. Yeah, here we go. I've actually got one I can find for you. Oh, camera's confusing me.
I wonder if you may be about to put on if it's a yellow triangle at one side with a circle in the triangle.
It is exactly that.
Ah, there you go. So that is, I guess that's the updated Pride flag. So that flag essentially represents like every pillar of the LGBT community.
I thought perhaps it might do.
Yeah, so they updated it a while ago and they put like the black, brown, blue, pink and white on because historically it was just the more typical rainbow, wasn't it? And then I think the yellow triangle with the circle inside is the most recent inclusion.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we got that one answered because I've been spotting it around and what is that then? So there we go.
Ah, there it is. Oh, it's great to see. It's great to see that up. That must just be up for June, and then wonder if that'll stay there longer term. Yeah,
I don't know. The red funnels seem to put quite a lot of bits up for different bits and pieces. So yeah, probably just like say if it's Pride Month, maybe that's it then.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. Oh, that's great.
So you haven't been on Arvia, but you have been on Iona.
Yes. So, well, funny story with that. So, I haven't been on Arvia, and I haven't been on Iona for a cruise, but I have been on Iona. So, about, oh my goodness, longer ago than I thought. It was mid-January. I was invited through my YouTube channel by P&O Cruises to go down to Southampton and spend a night on board Iona.
Oh, excellent.
And yeah, so I boarded the ship at about 2 p.m. and I left the ship at about 10 p.m. before it set sail. So it was a kind of afternoon and evening on board, which was really cool. And the purpose of that trip, so it was to sample a new experience that they were launching on board, which has been designed by Nicole Scherzinger.
Excuse me while I Google something. Who's that person?
I did wonder if you were Googling who Nicole Scherzinger is. You'll know her as soon as you see her. She was, or maybe still is, one of the big, I think it was Britain's Got Talent judges, but she used to be in the Pussycat Dolls.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, she's come on. They work with a couple of different celebrities. They sometimes do work with Gary Barlow. They did a bit of work with Ollie Murs, and then more recently they did this piece of work with Nicole Scherzinger to design essentially a show-like experience on board the ship.
Oh, I see. So, sorry, for some reason I was thinking of a restaurant experience, and I was trying to work out where it was going. Ah, right, yes, that's right, because I remember someone told me about Gary Barlow, and I mistakenly thought that was somebody off of Carnation Street. Well, apparently, I'm not in with I'm not in with the modern music. Oh, that's good.
So we're on there, and so the event itself. So we went on and had like an early dinner in the Limelight Club, which is
yes.
How would you describe that? Like a supper club venue?
Yeah, it's like a jazz block, old-fashioned jazz bar, isn't it? With illuminated tables and a little low stage, and yeah.
That's right. It's quite an intimate venue. So we had an early dinner in there, and then we had a Q&A with Nicole Scherzinger, which was really cool. I think it's potentially the closest I've ever got to someone that famous.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and that was led by Paul Ludlow, so it was really cool to didn't get to meet Paul Ludlow, but it was quite cool to actually see him, because obviously he does a lot of the PR stuff for Carnival Corp, just due to his position now. And we also had a performance from Lavoie, which is the onboard drag artist. Have you ever seen her?
No.
No, so if you're ever cruising on Iona or Arvia and you see Lavoie on the entertainment schedule, you have to book it. So, Jean, I think it was yourself in the chat who's going on Arvia, please make sure that, you can get on and see Lavoie. She was absolutely excellent. And then after we got a show from her, we then headed upstairs for the new show, which was, really, really interesting. So I had a great day. I loved it. The ship itself had such great first impressions. I was completely won over from what I saw over those couple of hours. And it was just such a shame to get kicked off at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's a shame. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a drag act when I was on Iona, but I do remember the performances being very good. I think the size of the theatre was quite impressive. Did you go to the big main theatre in the bow?
Do you know I didn't get into the theatre? No, so I spent time in the main atrium, which I love the atrium in there with that big spiral staircase coming down.
Yeah.
And then we went to the Limelight Club, we went to the Sky Dome, and then spent a bit of time at the pool area at the back with the water fountains.
Yeah, I think that's the Sky Lounge. Is that the Sky Lounge? Sky Bar? Yes.
Yeah,
I know
I think it's the Sky Bar, because they've got the swim-up pool there, don't they?
That's right, yes.
And then I also went to the buffet, obviously. And
Obviously.
Yeah, I couldn't find any ice cream, though.
What? Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Actually, no, there is a separate ice cream. There's a separate ice cream place that you have to pay for. So I wonder if that's why they don't have.
I can't be having that. I don't entertain that.
Can't afford that sort of habit. You have to include it.
Yeah, I love ice cream, but I'm not paying for it.
Yeah, I went. So I cruised on Iona, but I did a day visit on Arvia. And it's really odd because it felt exactly the same, but there's a difference in the restaurants basically, and I don't know if you're on Iona, there's a street food section in one of the decks. I think it's the same deck as a buffet, deck 9 or 10 or something. And there's a street food section on Iona where you can get hamburger, fish and chips. And it's really good because it's really fast and it's all cooked there and then. But on Arvia, they'd expanded that slightly and they'd had I can't remember, they'd had an extra Indian or a bigger Indian restaurant because the Indian, the Sindhu on Iona, I was just booked out all the time. I couldn't get into that. It was very popular.
Sindhu is difficult to get into. That's a staple on every single one of my P&O cruises. I just love it.
Oh, really? Okay, so do you book up in advance before you go?
Yeah, I usually always try. It's a real benefit to being a solo traveller, actually, because if I don't book, then they can usually squeeze one person in. And the food in there, oh my goodness! If you like Indian curries, you're in for a real treat.
Yep. Yeah. Well, so you say. I haven't experienced it yet.
Yeah, yeah, you'll just have. Well, what better excuse to book another cruise?
This is true. This is true. Yep. I'll have to sort something out.
I say this to people all the time when they say, "Oh, I didn't get to try X, Y, and Z," and you think, well, there's only one way to fix that.
Go again.
And again, and again.
Right. I'm going to just check the timings. I haven't. This is very odd. Normally I have the radio on so I can hear things, but I forgot that you're here. I don't have the radio on.
Oh, imagine forgetting that I was here.
No.
How
I
could
mean,
you?
I didn't forget that you were here. I just forgot that I can't listen to the radio. So, still have an 8:30 departure for Arvia. What the Rab Nesbitt was talking about is if you're filming under the Forth bridges, go to the port side. The wind force is much worse on the starboard side. Interesting.
Oh, that is interesting.
You'd get a good view, wouldn't you, looking straight up at the bridges?
I guess that maybe also depends, though, what way the ship is sailing.
That's a very good
Complicate
point.
it even further.
Yeah. Unless the window blows in a certain direction under the bridges.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see a few people in the chat. Gina's one of them, just asking. Oh no, yes, asking what ship we're seeing at the moment. So this is Seas Splendor. If you've just joined us at the moment, so she cast off about. Oh, time-wise, when did she cast off? About
Just under an hour
half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Oh, was it as long as that? Yeah.
Well,
So
actually, no, you're right. Sorry, half an hour ago. Forgot to look at the time. Yeah.
yeah, and she's currently on her way out to sea. So we've got. Is this the final cam that we'll get her on, or will we head down to Cows and see what we can see down
We'll
there?
see.
Shortly?
We'll see her pass on Cow's Cam. Yep. You'll see her whiz past on Cow's Cam by the time she goes past there. And then we're just
yeah, we should
waiting.
get a good view down there.
Just waiting on Arvia.
Yeah, and you say she's leaving at 8:30, was that?
8:30 is currently the departure time for Arvia. I haven't had any updates on that.
Yeah, it's quite rare that a ship that late would get delayed. I always think at that time they're quite keen to push them out and get them going and get everyone home.
Yeah, I don't know why she originally was going to be leaving earlier. So I'm not quite sure why she was delayed.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny when that happens, isn't it?
I think I've been informed that it might be due to some sort of cleaning.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I was on Aurora a few weeks ago, and we got notified the day before embarkation that they needed to do a deep clean just due to some gastro bug that was on board. So I wonder if P&O have maybe got a new policy there where, to be safe, they're deep cleaning the ships at the point of X amount of infections. Some people might see that as a bad thing, that it's leaving late because of that, but I see that as a real positive, that they're actually spending the time debugging the place.
Debugging. Did you see any? Was anyone ill when you're on board?
Well, I mean, I never saw, but I was only on for 3 nights our cruise was. So yeah, I think our emails and whatnot said that we were going to be late embarking because of it. So my embarkation time was meant to be 2 p.m. I think it was, and they pushed it back to 3:30. And they essentially asked everyone to arrive about an hour after your previous slot. But to be honest, by the time I got to the terminal, everything seemed normal. And the only thing on board the ship, we had almost taken a bit of a, would I say, step back. You know, post-pandemic, when you couldn't touch anything.
Yes, yeah.
It was kind of back to that. So if you were at the buffet, you had to get someone to always serve you, and you couldn't operate the water machines, or you couldn't pour your own coffee, you couldn't touch the milk jug. Like, yeah, they were quite good at actually deploying the crew to be on all the touch points all the time.
Well, right, so they were actually actively deploying measures to try and solve the problem.
Curb it, I guess, yeah. That's the first time I've seen that. And do you know what? With my situation last year of living on cruise ships and being on about 20 of them, I think I probably am a decent a decent judge of it. But that is rare. It's very rare nowadays. I don't think I saw that on any cruise ship I was on last year.
No, I saw tail end of it on one of the ships I was on. There was the tail end. They wanted you to sanitize your hands before you went into the buffet.
Right. Okay.
So, but which I didn't think was a bad thing really. It was an automatic machine as well, so you just put your hands in, it squirts, and that seemed like a good thing.
Yeah. Oh, I find it mad when people would go to a buffet on a cruise ship and not wash their hands.
Yes, I know.
I can see in the chat there, Rab Nesbitt is saying there's a great echo chamber as you go under the Forth Road Bridge. If you shout something, it's quite nice. Maybe we'll get you on there to shout ahoy and see how long it goes for.
I was just thinking that, yeah, I was just reading his comment. That would be good. Iona Baker says a 6th Street diner. I think, yes, that's what we were talking about on the Arvia and Iona.
Oh, is that the street food section?
Yes. I knew it had a name. I couldn't think what it was. I thought that was very good. It was really good to get just a fresh fish and chips and or a hamburger or something. And the portion sizes were pretty good. They're quite small.
I'll need to have a look for that. I found my recent P&O cruises. I've found the food has actually been really, really good.
Yeah, I would say so. On the MSC ship, have you been on MSC?
Yes, yeah, I've done quite a few MSC actually.
Which
ship?
Arvia was the last one I was on.
Yeah.
What did you think of the food?
Oh, I mean, that's the age-old question, isn't it? So, I think it depends. So, what I would say is that I think the gap between included dining and pay extra dining on MSC is absolutely enormous. So, if you pay to go to Butcher's Cut, or if you pay to go to Ola, which is the Mexican on board, you're going to get an absolutely brilliant experience for not that much extra money. But the main dining room, I mean it's fine, but I would always say to people that people who criticise MSC's food because it's not the same as Royal Caribbean, you have to remember that you're not paying Royal Caribbean prices to be on that MSC ship. So it would be a bit like me going to the reception desk of a travel lodge and complaining that my room was not as nice as it was in the Ritz.
Very true, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one because MSC's prices are going up, and I'll be intrigued to see if their food offering goes up alongside the prices, because I don't think the market will entertain price hikes for very long if they're not getting fed well.
No, people end up taking, instead of maybe taking 2 cruises a year, they'll just go back to 1.
Yeah, but I mean, I find the food quality to be okay. It says a lot. I've never left an MSC cruise hungry. But I'd probably say that if I'm cruising on there, I'd be more inclined to dine at the Lido Marketplace or the buffet.
Yeah.
Just because then I can control what is going on my plate and I can pick what I want, what I don't want, and how much of it I want. Yeah, what have you felt from your previous MSC trips?
I didn't think the quality of the food was too bad. There was a good variety in the main dining hall, but what did amuse me was it was clearly aimed at a Mediterranean palate rather than a British palate, which obviously sort of makes sense. And the people we were with, I can't think what it was. They ordered something off the menu, and I looked at the menu and thought, I don't really fancy that. So I didn't order it. They ordered it, and when it arrived, it was completely not what they're expecting. I think it was. I can't think what it was.
I wonder what it was.
It was something that was served cold, which we British people we have it hot. I don't think it was tomato soup or gazpacho or something. Can't think what it was. But I did say to our sort of little maitre d' chap who was there, I said to him, you know, for for British people, it'd be helpful if you just added the word cold, because then the British people wouldn't choose it.
Yeah, the British people would take a wide berth.
Yes, exactly, because we just don't expect it to have it cold. Yeah, I can't remember what it is. I'll have to find out. But yeah, I thought it was very good. And the other thing that amused me, obviously there'd been some complaints about the portion sizes, because it's a three-course menu.
Yeah.
And I thought it was fine. I'm not a massive eater, so I thought it was fine. But obviously there'd been complaints about the portion sizes. So depending on the nationality of the table, there was an extra something placed on the table. So for British people, you had a bowl of chips.
Oh no.
And then if you were other nationalities, there would be bowls of rice or bowls of something else.
Right. Okay. I thought you meant depending on the nationality, they would give you additional bowls of chips.
Yeah, they would.
Oh, they would. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So the table next to us, they were Italians, and they had their table. They had a bowl of rice or something similar, and we were British, and we had a bowl of chips.
Doesn't it say a lot about the British palate that the way to keep us happy is to just give us a portion of chips on the table?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I could see why. The people we were with, one of the guys, he's a big eater, and he was definitely hungry at the end of the three-course meal. So he had all the chips. He was starving. But yeah, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I found that the food is nowhere near. It doesn't deserve the criticism that it gets from a lot of people. In no way does it deserve that amount of criticism. But I do think it is different to what you get on other cruise lines. But that said, these guys who are currently sailing down on Seas Splendor, they've paid for a better experience than what I would get on Royal Caribbean. So I'd expect their food will be better.
Oh, I'm sure it's absolutely fantastic.
Oh, I'd love to be a fly in the wall in that restaurant right now.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've got the Seven Seas Splendors slowly heading down Southampton water. What speed is she travelling at? Doesn't look like she's going very fast. 10 knots, yeah.
She was a little bit slower. She'll probably pick that up as she gets a little bit further down the way.
Probably, yeah. Probably won't want to go too fast around Cashot's Bit in case we spill any rum-based cocktails on board.
In case we get lobster on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Shipmate Rad Nesbitt says there's an excellent video by Brits Abroad on YouTube.
Taking on board Balmoral.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rab. I'll need to check that out. I'll have a look straight after we're done here.
Yeah. I haven't got the radio on, but I'm wondering if the spanners listening to the radio, they've heard anything about Arvia, if she's ready to go yet, singling up. No, it'd be a long way from singling up, I suppose.
There's a chance that she might get out early.
She might do. I can't see anything particular going on. Looks like they've finished loading.
Can you see anything from that shot with the forklift truck?
No, there's not a lot of activity. There was some loading going on a while back, and that all seems to have stopped. So you're potentially right then. Potentially there will be space for her to leave early. Well, there we go. Excellent. Blue Spanner. Etienne says Arvia's called in, ready to sail. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, I sort of noticed that you can sort of see a bit of activity, and they move a few things around, and in fact, she might even be singled up.
I suspect that we're going to see an early pushback here.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think.
I just love this ship. Look at the size of it. Nothing yet. Still nice and still.
I certainly noticed that being on the larger ships. I don't know if you've noticed it on the smaller ships. If the smaller ships are noisier than the bigger ships.
It's a good point. I would say I notice it more on the older ships rather than the smaller ships. It's a bit like the age-old question of which ship do you feel moving more? And the reality is I've been on huge mega ships and I've been flung against the wall, and I've been on much smaller ships and not felt it at all. Everybody thinks it would be the other way around.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
some of these huge ships, though, sometimes you don't even realise you've left the port.
No, I know. I certainly noticed that when we travelled on Iona, that we were pretty much midships perfectly, and as it was going up the North Sea, all I could hear was the gentle lapping of water. I couldn't hear anything. You couldn't hear. There was no vibrations. There was no thud of the engine bay. There was no children screaming. There was absolutely nothing. Just a gentle lapping of water. It was very, very sedate.
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, I really want to get on one of these big ships. So these ships we'll talk more about it when we see her on the camera, but Arvia is an XL class ship, and the XL class is essentially like an offshoot class of the Excellence class, which is a group of ships that were ordered by Carnival Corp for multiple of their brands. They ordered ships for P&O, aka Arvia and Iona. They ordered for Carnival Cruise Line, so that's like Celebration, Mardi Gras. They ordered for Costa, which is Costa Toscana and Costa Smeralda. And they also ordered for AIDA, which is the big German brand. And when I cruised on both Costa Smeralda and Toscana, I really liked how calm and how still it was. But on that wraparound promenade on deck 8, attached to all the railings was little speakers that played music 24 hours a day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so my balcony was on deck 9, so one floor above deck 8, obviously. And when I had the door open, I could hear, it was really quiet, but it was just really tinny music coming out of small speakers all day. And I thought, why are you doing that? Let me hear the ocean.
That's awful.
It was just so strange.
Yeah, I have not heard of that. I'd have to. Yes, I think that would irritate me.
Yeah. I love to sit outside and look at the ocean and listen to the ocean and engage with the fact that I'm on a cruise ship.
Yeah.
And I sometimes think some of these modern ships, they're trying to attract people that don't want to be at sea.
Shipmate Shepherd Book, who's from Texas. He's confused when we're talking about chips. Do we mean chips and salsa, or do we mean fish and chips? Fish and chips. We mean fries. Yeah.
That's funny. Fish and fries.
Fish and fries. Yeah. Do you know what a sea monster's favourite snack is?
Do I know what is? Sorry.
Do you know what? This is not going well. Do you know what a sea monster's favourite snack is?
A sea monster. Okay, I won't tell you what I thought you said there. No, I don't. Is that a fry?
No, chips and dip.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh dear. If I had a drum kit here, I would do that little.
Yeah, they get worse. Don't worry. So I'll probably stop there.
Yeah. On that note, let's hope Arvia gets out early and fast.
Yeah. Well, I can't see any lines moving on Arvia just yet.
No movement yet.
No movement yet. I've got another camera coming, which will be handy now because we're losing the ship around the corner. Ahoy there, shipmate! Smart Pass Driving School. Welcome aboard, shipmate. I think I can guess the theme of your YouTube channel.
Just looking at the ship schedule for tomorrow and the next couple of days, it looks as though you have got no cruise ships tomorrow.
That's right, yeah.
And then you've got nothing on the 12th and 13th. What's that, Tuesday and Wednesday?
Yep.
Oh no, Wednesday, Thursday.
Yeah, it's all a bit quiet. And then Anthem of the Seas on the Friday. Anthem and Britannia and Caribbean Princess.
So it's the calm before the storm this week, is what you're trying to say. What you're trying to tell me.
Yeah, and then Saturday there is 5 ships on Saturday.
Wow. Okay.
So that's the MSC Virtuosa, Ventura, Celebrity Apex, the Iona, and the Sky Princess.
Wow, some big ships in there. To have Virtuosa, Iona, and Sky Princess in on the same day, they're big.
It's also the Round the Isle of Wight race as well. Yacht race.
Oh wow.
So there'll be loads of yachts out there. Hopefully they'll be done by the time the cruise ships go past.
Yeah, I wonder if you might get some late departures in.
Maybe, yeah. Because that's quite a busy day. That is 5 on that day.
Wow.
And then that's it for a little while. Yeah, there's a bit of a gap after that.
Yeah, good luck getting to the shops that day.
Yes.
I suppose you'll be busy on here.
Yeah, I will be. Yeah, absolutely. And then it's the 23rd of June. That's when the. No, join me next weekend. I'm not sure. 23rd of June. 23rd of June is Queen Anne and Queen Mary.
Oh, that's that day. That'll be great.
And then what's that? That's also the Isle of Wight festival on that day as well.
Yeah, that's going to be. Oh my goodness, down at Mayflower, that is going to be tricky to navigate through.
Oh yeah, so with the ferry terminal here, the Red Funnel ferry terminal on Isle of Wight Festival Day is absolutely jam-packed. They often have a DJ down there, music blasting out. It's a whole lot going on.
Wow.
It'll be very impressive. And lots of delays, things getting in the way. Yes, it does get quite busy here in the port of Southampton in the summertime.
Yeah. Yeah, that's remarkable. She's disappearing round the far side there.
Yes. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else you can do. And this is why I need to make the video. I forget. There is an art gallery in Southampton, in the civic centre area. That's free.
Ah. What's that called?
Southampton Art Gallery, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Then there's a modern one, which is in the Guildhall Square Cultural Quarter, and that's called the John Hansard Gallery. That's more modern art. That's also free.
I think you very quickly identified what attracts me to an attraction.
Yes,
Keep
exactly.
saying that free word there.
Well, I mean, if you haven't got much time, it means you can go in and out quite quickly. If you spend a bit of money, sometimes you feel you need to take your time, don't you?
Yeah, it would be really good. Going back to your earlier point, it'd be great if the cruise lines would start, recommending, maybe not excursions, but recommending things that you could do when you get back to Southampton. I mean, I always try and spend, even if it's a couple of euros, on something when I get to a port. And it would be great if they could recommend, obviously you can't do it with us, but here's a one-pager for when we dock in Southampton of 8 things you might want to do after you pick your car up or before you get the train home.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Get a bit of money coming into the area off these tens of thousands of people that are passing through.
Yes, yeah, it would be a very good point. Yeah, I think it's a real complaint of locals that the cruise ship passengers don't spend any money, but I think they do generally, because quite a lot of them, like you, spend the night before in a hotel because you can't guarantee you'll get here on time on the day itself.
Yeah, I mean, I think that and actually it's a very well-timed point. I can see Stephen in the chat. So Stephen is another one of my subscribers. So Stephen, it's amazing to see you. I was talking to Stephen earlier today about this. But the prices of hotels in Southampton before you get on a ship, if you've got 5 ships in on Saturday, I think you said next week, I dread to think how much the hotels are the night before. Like, people are, in some cases, spending a fortune to be there.
Yep, and then of course then that reaches the perfect storm in September with the boat show. So we still have some busy weekends.
Of course.
We have busy weekends. So you've got the boat show where there's lots of people coming into the Port of Southampton. You've got people building the boat show, so that's a problem as well. Also, at the beginning of September, you have lots of foreign students arriving and their accommodation isn't ready, so they need somewhere to live. So we go, the price of accommodation during last week in August, the first sort of 2 weeks in September is crazy. I had some friends visit from overseas once, and they said, coming in like the second week of September, we're booking up a hotel. Is there anywhere you can remember? And I said, anywhere you could recommend? And I said, yes, probably Bournemouth's your best bet.
Yeah, book the lovely Holiday Inn in Glasgow.
Yeah, it is just goes crazy.
I can see Mike in the chat there. There's an art gallery in Southampton, which I say, what's that called? Southampton Art Gallery?
I think it is just called Southampton Art Gallery.
And do you know what will happen? I'll get to Southampton and go, this is so annoying. I wish I could remember that art gallery. I was specifically told the name of it.
Yes. Now, I'm trying to think now, what are the three things are there? Yeah, you can walk the walls. Yeah.
Are there any things, as we sailed out of Southampton, it may even be where the camera is right now, as we came out of Southampton last week, there were some beautiful looking green spaces on the left hand side.
Yes, well in fact, yeah, with Netley Cam, there's something called Royal Victoria Country Park, which is essentially right next door to Netley.
Okay.
Let's see if I'm just zooming around to see if I can see the entrance. That's got a chapel in the middle of it, which you can see. So it's a sort of red, looks like a small church. So you might have seen that as you've been going around to Southampton Water.
Yeah, I think I have actually. So that's a country park that you can just head down to.
Yep, no, absolutely.
Ah, okay.
The actual, what used to be there was a hospital for World War, a massive hospital in the same style as the chapel, and it was incredibly pretty. I think it was absolutely fantastic, but it wasn't very practical as a hospital, and it got knocked down in, I think it was the late 60s, early 70s, which was a shame because it just looked fantastic. Coming up Southampton Water, the photographs of it just looked stunning. It's like a sort of royal palace. But I think that if that happened this day and age, I think what would happen is it would be converted into residential property and it probably would have survived.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I've just spotted a couple of shipmates walking near Arvia, so yes, it does look like she's departing shortly.
Well, hey.
Yeah, I could, yes, that's a good point. A list of free activities in the port.
That'd be great to get. Certainly from a non-local, I could definitely see the benefit of that.
Yeah, because you might just pop in to do something for half an hour or so, or rather than spending money on a ticket to see something.
Yeah. One thing, just while we have a little bit of downtime here, Captain, it's definitely worth me saying just a massive thank you to you for allowing me to join today, and also a massive thank you to everyone that's been contributing on the chat.
Oh, no problem. Well, thank you for coming on board. So it makes a change to have someone to chat to.
Yeah, it's been great, and it's been really fantastic to get some visibility for my YouTube channel as well. So for anyone that has come over and clicked that subscribe button, thank you so much.
Yeah, please do head over to Fraser's channel and check out his videos after his 250 nights at sea. It'd be like one of those Big Brother things, night 190.
But you can't watch me sleep. I draw the line at that.
Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. Have you collaborated with any YouTubers before?
Do you know I haven't? No. So I was doing some really interesting research into the background of my channel a few days ago, and prior to last year, when I started planning my year at sea, I had about 1,800 subscribers, And it's only been in the last couple of months, really, that my channel started to really grow so healthily. So, to be honest, no, I haven't, because my channel was always small. And
Yep.
then when I came back, well, to be honest, it was small, and then when it started to get a decent size, I wasn't in the country. But it'll be interesting to see over summer. I would love to get a live stream or two in with some of the guys that I met on Aurora. So I had never really met other cruise vloggers. I thought it was a community that I felt very much a part of it, but I didn't know anyone in it. It was very odd.
Yes.
I felt
Yeah,
like I
yeah.
knew everyone just online. And then I got on the ship a few weeks ago, and I thought, oh my goodness, yes, I know you all online, but I actually feel like I've known you in person for years now. So it was great that so many of us had such a good rapport. So I think there's quite a few of them that I would love to collaborate with and do a live stream with, because we could probably just sit and chat until we were blue in the face, you know?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
How about you? Have you collaborated with many over your channel's time?
I've had. I'm trying to think who I think you're the only second person. I've had my channel sponsor. He comes in quite often, but he's not a YouTuber. I'm trying to think who I've had. Emma Cruises on when we had Iona arriving. Emma joined me on the channel,
Oh, yeah.
and then I tried to do something a couple of years ago, last year, but I ended up not living in the right place with fast enough internet connection to really be able to sustain doing a live stream and having people Skype in at the same time. But now I've got back to super fast internet connection again. I can do these sorts of things. So I'm trying to do a few more. I've got the Cruise Monkeys next week, and then I've asked for various shipmates if they've got any suggestions for the people they'd like to on board. But yeah, you were a recommendation. People wanted you on board, so that's how I've contacted you.
Yeah. That's brilliant. Well, hopefully we haven't bored everyone to death too quickly.
No, I hope not.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed this. I just cannot believe we're 4 hours in.
Yes, I know, it's shocking, isn't it? Time does fly. I'm not sure how it's going to work with the Cruise Monkeys though, because there's 2 of them, so that might be a real handful with those 2.
Yeah, that might be a bit of a party.
But they wanted to do Saturday because there was the ship. I think it was something to do with the ships that were coming.
Okay, maybe they've been on a few of them. Was that the 15th?
Yes. So yeah, I think it was Celebrity Apex. I think they went on recently, didn't they?
Oh yeah, I think they have done Edge Class actually. Yeah. I feel that they've also done Iona and Sky Princess and maybe Virtuosa.
I think you're right. Actually, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they'd be well suited.
Yeah, they're an excellent duo to get on for that fleet.
I was going to ask you if you had your pick of ships today, which one would you choose? But I already know the answer to that one, so it seems like a pointless question, doesn't it?
Oh, what do you think the answer would be?
Well, I'd assume you'd choose Seas Splendor.
Yeah, it would have to be caveated with, it would have to be in the Regent suite.
Yeah, and someone else is paying for it.
Yeah, for the World Cruise. I mean, I would love to get on one of those uber luxury ships. I don't know if I ever will. Do you know, when you look at the cruise industry, and the ships that I cruise on are like the big MSC ships, the whole variety of Royal Caribbean ships. I pushed Cunard last year and I really liked it, but I don't know, if Regent just seems to be, I don't know, just that kind of league above it. I would love to one day get on, but I just can't even imagine. I think if I ever managed to pay for a trip like that, I would be so overwhelmed with emotion at the fact that A, I was finally on board, and B, I was actually having that amount of money leave my bank account, that I don't know I don't know how I'd feel.
Yeah, the cost of the trip outweigh any sensation you have of going on the trip. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking I could do 7 nights on there, or I could spend 3.5 years on MSC Virtuosa.
Wow, when you put it that
And
way.
Virtuosa's got the best pizza.
Oh, really?
Oh, I can see Leslie Jones in the chat. This is such a great live stream. Excellent. We are delighted that you're enjoying it, and we're delighted that you're still here.
Excellent. It's brilliant. Yes.
Oh, look at that shot.
Oh, we there,
What
shipmate
speed is she doing now,
Anthony
Captain?
Butter. Welcome aboard. Sorry, well, people subscribing
sorry.
still. Yeah,
What's
hopefully.
she doing at the moment?
Looks a bit faster, doesn't it? I would say that's 17 knots now.
Oh wow, yeah, I think she was the fastest of the day.
I think so. Yeah. But I've not had a guess the speed of the cruise ship yet.
The camera's struggling to keep up.
It is, yeah. I have some networking issues which I need to attend to, which is causing the image to ghost and smear. I need to reconfigure my network to be TCP rather than UDP, but you know, that's I always seem to arrive just minutes before I need to go live, and it sort of gets put off.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not seeing anyone in the Regent Suite at the front of Deck 14 on there.
No.
And I'm also not seeing anyone braving the Infinity Pool at the back. I don't blame them, mind you. You'd have to... Oh, there's a seagull. Careful.
It must be. I mean, I imagine it's really quiet on board. Really.
Yeah.
Because I noticed when I was on the larger cruise ships, I don't know where. I know there's, like on Iona and Arvia, there's 5,500 passengers. I don't know where they are. I don't see them.
What type of crowd do you reckon are on? So, for anyone who's just joining us, this ship that we're currently watching leave is Seas Splendor, and she is currently in the process of embarking on a very, very UK heavy cruise. So she's going to Newcastle, Edinburgh, Invergordon, Kirkwall in the Orkney Islands, Stornoway in the Outer Hebrides, Dublin, Belfast, Douglas, Ringaskiddy. That's a cool port for Cork, and Portland before coming back into Southampton. What kind of clientele do you reckon are on that? Do you reckon it's all Americans?
Oh, that's a really good. Do you know what I was thinking? That might. Yeah, who would it be? Yeah, I would say that's quite likely, isn't it? It'd be quite a good. If you're American, that's a really British Isles centric cruise.
Oh, if you're an American, imagine how good a route that would be. Like for a Brit, I'm looking at that and thinking, oh, do you know what? I could probably just drive most of that.
Well, that's true. Yeah, if you're American, chances are you've got Scottish and Irish heritage, so you get to see the whole lot, don't you? You get to see all different parts of the British Isles. Yeah, you're probably right, actually. Probably very American eccentric.
Some of those ports are just going to be absolutely beautiful. I'd love to do the very top of Scotland by cruise ship.
You do. There is a few that go up there occasionally, isn't there? It's
Yeah, well, actually, I noticed that Carnival were doing a couple of UK cruises this year, which that caught me really off guard. I think it was one of the older Carnival. Was it Carnival Legend that was coming over? Yeah, I think one day I probably will do a UK cruise, especially now that my far-flung cruise year is over.
Yeah, do a UK cruise.
Yeah. I can see in the chat we've got Elizabeth Leborn. Hello, Elizabeth. Fraser, are you still going on cruises this year? I've only just joined in the chat. Yes, I am. Just not as many as I was on last year. So my YouTube channel at the moment is currently working through a lot of my content from ships last year. So I do 2 videos a week. And yeah, at the moment, I am in the process of editing my MSC Meraviglia content, which was a ship I was on back in October. So yeah, I've still got a few ships to go, and then I'll begin on my content journey for this year. So yeah, my next ship, I've actually got 7 weeks on land now before my next trip, which is going to be the Adriatic Sea, which I'm really, really looking forward to. So yes, back on ships very soon. Just not yet. Were we checking on Arvia there?
Yes, one of the shipmates, Leslie R, says the air bridge has been removed.
Ah, nice.
It looks like not long now.
Is Leslie on board at the moment?
I think so. There's quite a few shipmates on board when I was reading some of the comments earlier.
Ah. Oh yeah, there was someone earlier, I think, saying they were going to wave a flag. Wonder if they'll still be out.
That's a good point. I think the camera lens needs a clean. It looks a bit fuzzy.
You'll have to get your ladder out tomorrow morning.
Well, normally what happens is they get dirtier and dirtier until it rains, and then the rain washes it all off again, and it's fine again.
Yeah.
So it's starts to get really bad, and people go, "Oh, it's really dirty. It's really dirty. Can you clean it?" And then it rains one evening, and they go, "Oh, you've cleaned it. Thank you very much."
I have never heard a British person wish for rain before. Please never do that again.
Although I don't wish for it, it just sort of happens quite regularly. Yes, shipmate Leslie R says she has a county flag at the something. I can't read it because it's underneath a really hard symbol.
At the ready.
Oh, at the ready, right.
Yeah, I think it probably was Leslie that mentioned earlier about it might actually, maybe it wasn't even on this live. Someone said they had a flag delivered or something.
Yes, that's right. That was another shipmate. Yeah, I know, but they don't tell me what they are, and then I haven't done my homework the night before. It's like being back at school, with a test the next day.
Elizabeth, thank you, Fraser. Are you trying as many different ships as you can? Yes, yeah. So when I did my year at sea last year, we were speaking about this earlier. When I spent my year at sea last year, I, rather than jump onto one ship for 2 or 3 months and then jump onto the next ship, I essentially ship hopped around as many different cruise ships, as many different cruise lines as I could to try and understand as much of the market as I could. So that's why over on my YouTube channel, you tend to find that the ships change every couple of weeks. So yeah, last year I was able to get on just shy of 20 ships, and yeah, I've got plenty to share with you from them.
That is fantastic. That is one heavy year of cruising.
Yeah, and one heavy guy at the end of it.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, but I thought I might be being a bit impolite. But yes, did you put on a bit of weight over there?
Yeah, well, do you know, I didn't really think it until I got home and started editing content from earlier in the year. And it wasn't until I thought I saw a picture of me that one of my friends had taken, like a selfie when I got back into Southampton, and I was like, oh my goodness, like I just look more full, if that makes sense. And people said to me, oh no, you didn't look as though you'd put on weight. And I thought, look, you can be as nice as you want, but factually the number has gone up. So factually, yes, it has happened. So I think, yeah, the age-old problem of the air conditioning shrinking my clothes and increasing my waistline happened.
Oh yeah, I get that all the time. Yeah.
So yeah, I'm currently about 7 weeks before my next trip, so I'm about to enter pre-holiday starvation mode shortly.
So if you were going to pick a ship to go on again, which one would you pick?
Oh, good question, and it's such a difficult question. What would it be? Do you know what? I think it would probably be Queen Elizabeth from Cunard.
Ah.
I love that ship. That ship will always be quite special to me because I thought I had this preconceived image of Cunard being a cruise product that I just wouldn't click with. And I thought I was going to really stick out, and I thought I wouldn't be welcome there because I'm 32 years old. And I thought everyone on there would be, yeah, to be honest, I thought everyone on there would be much older. Let's say that. That's the politest way of putting what I thought was in my mind.
That's a fair observation. I would have thought the same.
Yeah, and then when I got on there, I just, those moments in life where you sit back on like the first night or the second night and you think, like, how dare I have a preconceived picture of this? Because it was so wrong. And the people I met on that ship were some of the nicest people I met all year. And there was a lot of people that I met last year. And it's one of the challenges with long-term cruising. You meet a lot of people who, they sort of come and go in your life because they're on a 7-night holiday at the end of the day. And very quickly, you start to get a bit of a radar for if you're going to keep in touch with someone when they leave the ship. And
yes.
On Queen Elizabeth, there was a lot of people that when I left the ship, I still kept in really close contact with them. And even now, like every single day, I speak to some of the people that I did that Panama Canal cruise with. And I think that it's so much more. A cruise is so much more than just an itinerary or just a ship. It's got to come down to everyone else that's on it as well, and what are the clientele like? And yeah, Queen Elizabeth for me was just absolutely fabulous. Just loved it.
Which I
As I said earlier, the ice cream was great.
wouldn't. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's good choice. I wouldn't have known what you'd have picked. What?
Yeah, so
But you do. You just reminded me. If you when I've been on the ships, I've often seen that there are activities you can do. They have a whole list of activities and all sorts of things all over the ship, and they often have clubs for solo travellers or a solo traveller meetup. Do you ever go along to those?
Yeah, that's right. And I'm actually very glad you asked me about this. I meant to bring this up at some point. So, yes, I usually always go to the solo meetups. And to be honest, I also quite like going to the solo meetups if I'm cruising with friends, because if I'm on a longer cruise, it's actually sometimes quite nice to meet other people who are solo, or I mean, it says a lot for the company of my friends
Like,
that I like to go and chill out with other solo travellers. But
I brought my friends with me, but I'm a bit tired of them. I need to meet someone
yeah,
else.
I've had to drive down from Birmingham with them. I can't be bothered with them anymore. So I actually quite like, for me, I just love going on ships and I just love meeting people, because I think everybody in life has got a story, and I would just love to have the time to hear everyone's story and hear what's brought them there and where they're going and whatever else. And yeah, I always go to the solo meetups. Now, some cruise lines are great at them. Some of them will have closed off sections of a private area that you can then go to, and it's hosted, so they can kind of help facilitate conversation. Or some of them go even one step better. I mean, Cunard were excellent from a solo traveller point of view. So every single morning on board, Cunard had a solo traveller coffee morning. So you would go to like one of the coffee shops on board. They would have a closed off section where it would be free tea, free coffee, free biscuits, and it would be hosted by the two professional dancers on board. So they have like professional ballroom dancers. So the two of them would come along, and there would also be two other dance hosts who would come. And it was such a lovely little community. And I was on that ship for 14 nights. And by the end of it, some of the solo travelers, we were like actually really good friends, because there was such a good way to meet people that was set up every single day. And every day at sea, you'd be able to go for a solo traveller lunch. Every night, there would be solo traveller pre-dinner drinks about
Oh, right.
5
Gosh,
in the
I
afternoon.
didn't realise there was so much.
Yeah, so they really, pardon the pun, I'm going to cringe when I say this, but they really pushed the boat out for solo travellers. They were absolutely brilliant.
I like good nautical puns, so nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so, and it's go back to the point we spoke about earlier with how much solo travellers are quite often paying to be on the ships. I genuinely, as a solo, don't mind paying extra if I'm getting extra. But on some of these ships, if I'm paying for two people, yet the cruise line are still really awkward that I'm on there solo, I can't fathom why that would be the case. So with Cunard, that is an example of a cruise where actually I did pay the full two-person rate to be in my inside cabin, but with all those added extras, I thought, you know what, this is actually pretty decent value for money. Look at all these events that I'm going to as a solo traveller that, quote, normal people aren't invited to.
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, when we've been on the cruise together, I often like to split up and do our own different things. That way you can get to meet people, because it's people who are in couples or bigger groups, you don't tend to cross-pollinate with other travellers, do you? Whereas obviously that's a big advantage you've got being a solo traveller. So yeah, I try and do a bit of that myself, just chatting to different people. It's always quite interesting.
Yeah, it's one of the big things I noticed when I took a cruise with, so my best friend Laura. So anyone who's watched my vlogs on my channel from Alaska or from Costa Toscana this summer, you'll have seen my friend Laura. And one thing that really surprised me when I cruised with her versus when I cruised on my own is when we cruise together, we don't really meet anyone. Whereas when I cruise on my own, I meet so many people. And I think it's because when you're on your own, I don't know, maybe you're just a bit more open, or people are a bit, I don't know, maybe people just want to figure out why you're there. That's why you meet them, you know?
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, it's quite easy when you're traveling with other people just to be with the other people.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really funny that, isn't it?
I think I can hear some horns.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
I actually just very briefly unmuted the live stream on my computer here to see if I could hear the horns, but all I got was myself, and it was the most disorientating thing that I've done in a while.
It's quite. Occasionally, I have tried to work out if I'm having sound problems. I listen to the live stream, but it's myself 15, 20 seconds ago, and
Yeah.
I cannot talk with myself from 15, 20 seconds ago in my ears because I start listening to myself and I'll end up just repeating what I'm saying. I'll just be stuck in a loop. But yes, the lines have slipped, the horns have honked. I've noticed with Iona and Arvia, they both have, I think, the quietest horns in port. They're not really very impressive. Very bit of a disappointment, a bit of a letdown.
Yeah, for such massive ships, you would think they would really bellow out across the city, wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, they don't. They're very quiet, very subtle. Shipmate Keith Brown says, "Ahoy, Captain. We are currently on Arvia, deck 12 aft. We'll look out for us when we sail." Okay, we'll look out for them. I think we've got quite a few shipmates on Arvia today. I think someone's got a flag flying, haven't they? I think. Shipmate CS28 says there were some horns. Hornage, says Apollo. So, yeah, you could hear it. It's very quiet. Luckily, the microphone I've got outside faces the right way to pick up these ship noises from Arvia and Iona. Arvia's off on a 14-night round trip to the Mediterranean, calling in at La Coruna, Galicia, Valencia, Marseille, Barcelona, Alicante and Cadiz.
Lovely itinerary. Have you checked out many of those ports before?
Let's have a look. La Coruna, yes. Valencia, yes. Marseille, yes. Barcelona, yes. Alicante. What is the port in Alicante? No, not sure. Cadiz, yes. So most of them.
Oh, I love Cadiz.
I accidentally ended up in, I think it was Benidorm. Benidorm's near Alicante, isn't it?
Yes. Did you go there on a cruise?
No. It was a total accidental journey. And it was not
An accidental journey to Benidorm.
Yeah, it wasn't planned. And so I ended up there, and a friend of mine said that he also ended up going to, I think, was it Benidorm? Go check now, I don't remember where it was. I think it was Benidorm. It's near Alicante anyway, was it?
It probably would be, because I went to a resort very close to Benidorm last summer, and we flew into Alicante.
Oh yeah, it was Benidorm. Yeah, so I was just checking my own phone. Yeah, so a friend of mine said, I went to Benidorm the other week. I said, oh yeah, what did you think? He said, you never guess what I saw. And I said, I bet you I can. I said, you saw a tandem mobility scooter, didn't you? And he said, yeah, how did you know? And I said, well, I went there a couple of months ago. And from my first time I've been to Benidorm in a very long time, and I'd never seen a tandem mobility scooter. Everything else was pretty normal. Yeah,
do you know, I actually don't think I've ever seen one of them. Maybe, going back to the start of this live, maybe you and I could take a tandem to do your Guinness World Record challenge.
Yes, a possibility. I'm not sure I could sit in a mobility scooter for that long, but it's worth giving it a try. I wonder if we could expand it slightly and call in at different ports on the way.
For rum?
For rum, yeah. I mean, we could pop into Bristol. That would be one. Liverpool, that would be on the way.
Do you know what? I'd be willing to pull into wherever Seas Splendor was going to be if we could get on for a drink.
See if they can load our tandem mobility scooter on.
Yeah, I think suddenly this is going to be the worst attempt at a Guinness World Record, because we're just going to be climbing on board this massive luxury cruise ship every port instead of actually making progress.
That is exactly the problem with that. Yep. There we go. And off she goes, backwards, reversing.
Yeah, we are off.
Oh, hello, shipmate James Benoit. Welcome aboard, shipmate.
So, Captain, sorry, you have cruised on Iona, but not Arvia, correct?
That's right. I've cruised on Iona, but spent a day on Arvia.
That's right. So when was your cruise on Iona?
March last year, I think.
Right, okay. And overall impressed?
Yeah, I didn't see any people. I just thought it was going to be really jam-packed with people, but it was superbly quiet.
Yeah. There's a lot of life on the balconies for 8:30 in the evening, isn't it? Isn't there, sorry?
There is, yes. I wonder if perhaps people have already been down to the galley and now they're watching the views. I mean, it is actually some lovely... We are actually going to get a fairly decent sunset, which is one of the advantages here. I can actually show you. This is from Netley Cam, and if I go over to Itching Cam, there is actually going to turn into a fairly decent sunset.
Yeah, we might get quite a busy top deck. You probably find the balconies are busy tonight because everyone has been down, they've got fed, and they've said, I've eaten so much that I'm going to have to go back and lie down before we go to the show.
Yeah, that's me. I did enjoy the shows on board of the Iona. I thought they were possibly, again, because it's a British ship catering mainly for a British market, whereas the MSC is catering for multiple markets. I thought the entertainment on the MSC was okay, but I thought it was better on Iona.
Yeah, did you get the Stephen Mulhern magic show?
Definitely a magic show.
I wonder if was it called Astonishing?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I absolutely loved the Stephen Mulhern one they had. They seemed to run it for like it felt like forever. I think they'd obviously bought this show and they kept it running for 2 seasons, 3 seasons, and eventually it must have got to the point where they thought, right, the whole of the UK has seen that one now, let's do another.
Oh, shipmate Kim Fraser, welcome aboard. Maybe that's one of your kin.
Yeah, nice. Nice
fact,
second name.
Talking of your kin, it looks like there's a couple of your shipmates on board. Oh, you won't see box cams just yet, will you? A bit delayed.
No, I'm slightly delayed. I dread to think what's coming up here. I can only hope it's people carrying a massive Fraser at sea flag.
Oh, I had someone a couple of weeks ago depart with a massive ahoy shipmate on the stern of a vessel.
Oh, that was amazing.
That was the first time I'd ever seen that before.
Yeah, I'm going to have to tell you when I'm next leaving Southampton, and I'll have to try and do something to embarrass you.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
I think we might have had the Scottish Saltaire before. Certainly get lots of Welsh flags.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I very rarely meet other Scottish people on the ships.
Yeah, it's funny. Okay, there was a couple of shipmates talking about being somewhere, weren't they? I don't remember where they were.
Yeah, Leslie was saying she's on there, wasn't she? Leslie,
Yeah.
If you're still here, let us know where you are and we'll try and find you.
Although if she's got the Scottish flag, that would probably be her.
Ah, right, okay.
Although, hang on now, I think I've spotted another flag. Oh no, this looks like a challenging one. Oh, what's that? What is that?
Where are we looking?
Oh, that's just me looking.
Oh, right.
Oh, I don't know what that one is. There we go. This is the new. I would imagine it's a county flag.
Oh, it was a county flag that Leslie said she had. Oh, there you go. Leslie is deck 15 midship.
Yeah,
Is that where you're seeing that?
Yeah, I think this is Leslie.
Ah.
So she's got a county flag, and I failed to do my homework again, so I've no idea what this one is. I don't recognise it at all.
Don't worry, I'm ready on Google as soon as it comes on my screen. I'm going to try and get us an answer. Let's see how good my eyes are.
We had before we had someone with a county flag that was a disused one from the 1970s. It's like trying to make my life difficult.
Oh yeah, that's a... That's an interesting one. I'm not sure.
What's your local county then? You must be.
My local county would be Leicestershire.
And is that it's not Leicestershire then?
I didn't even know. Without making myself sound too
Oh,
uncultured, I didn't realise Leicestershire had a flag. It turns out we do.
That would be the irony if it's Leicestershire.
Yeah, no. Leslie, you have baffled us. I am now on the website of English county flag. Oh, I found it, but I don't know what one it is. So it definitely is an English county flag. We know that much, but I just can't find the county.
I think it's upside down, and I think we're going to go with Norfolk.
Let me see if I've got Norfolk here and I can check it. Oh my goodness, that is right. It looks very like Norfolk. Oh, look at the waving.
There's some good quality waving going on. Actually,
there you go. Leslie's confirmed it is Norfolk. Leslie, if you can hear us, you are so far, I think, our favourite shipmates for effort.
Excellent effort. Good job there, shipmates. Oh, look at
a brilliant cruise, you guys.
Yeah, 14 nights, that's a proper relaxation, isn't it?
And with those ports, it's going to be hot, hot, hot.
Oh, that's true, yes. Yes, that's one of the...
Go on.
That's one of the differences between Arvia and Iona. That's she's built for the Mediterranean market, Arvia. So one of the things she has is the dome at the top opens, so the roof opens because obviously it's much hotter in the Mediterranean. And she has increased air conditioning capacity in certain areas as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was busy reading some technical information somewhere.
Yeah, so when I was on Iona back in January for that press night that we spoke about earlier, most of the event took place in the Sky Dome, which for anyone that's never been on the ship. This is a beautiful shot you've got right now, by the way. Oh, for anyone who's never been on the ship, just up where there you go, where this sort of glass roof section is, this is the Sky Dome.
Yeah.
And that roof can open if the weather's nice and it's a full open air swimming pool sun deck. It's absolutely beautiful.
I can see why everyone's out on their balcony. They're going to get a lovely sunset.
Yeah, my goodness, what a night they have managed to get for leaving Southampton, eh?
Yeah. How do you find live streaming from home? Quite a good thing to do.
Yeah. So I haven't done a great deal of them, to be honest. So for anyone that's just joined us in the last half an hour or so, I also have a YouTube channel, and I spent most of last year cruising almost back to back on about 20 different cruise ships from March until December. Now, I have only done one YouTube live stream from home because the rest of the time, since I've had a channel really that's been big enough to do it, I have been on ships. So my live streams before have been the phone balanced on a chair somewhere on a cruise ship with my finger trying to pin the comments, and it's a nightmare. So yeah, I did my first from home live stream a few weeks ago, and it felt so luxurious because you're sitting there, you've got good Wi-Fi, you've got a cup of coffee in your favourite mug, and it's just so chilled. Whereas my live streams last year, you're praying that the captain doesn't do an announcement. You're hoping the ship doesn't tilt the wrong way. There's just so many factors that could go wrong.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a real challenge, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, so I'm hoping to do some more. I'll do another one in a few weeks, actually, to announce my next cruise, which will be exciting. So yeah, hopefully, if any of you are out there and you want to come on holiday with me, head over to Fraser at Sea. It'd be lovely to see you there.
There we go. And that's Fraser at Sea. That's Fraser's YouTube channel.
Thank you very much.
When I started live streaming, I didn't actually know what live streaming was. I'd never seen a live stream before. I just sort of stumbled into it.
Click the button and hope for the best.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
So you're currently live streaming multiple times a week, then?
Well, yes, that's right. Yeah, it's a lovely setting sun.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? The entire ship is just orange right now.
Yeah, it's really low. There's just a gap in the clouds.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, so it's really, as you talk about content release, during the winter I really struggle because once the clocks go back a bit, it gets really dark. There's not as many cruise ships. It's really dark. You can't see very much. It's windy. It's raining. All these things.
Of course.
Yeah, none of these things make live streaming particularly useful. So I tend to stop doing that. What I need to do is concentrate on making content like what free activities are there to do if you happen to be in the port of Southampton, that sort of thing. So that's why I'm going to expand into making a few films about those when I get the time.
Oh, nice. Did you see that flock of birds go in front of the camera?
Yeah, I saw them.
There was so many of them.
Yeah, that's a murmuration of starlings. But yeah, so I constantly have the cameras streaming all the time. So I've got a Cow's Cam, Itching Cam, Netley Cam, soon to come Fawley Cam, Ferry Cam, Port Cam, Junction Cam, Box Cam's not online at the moment, and then so that's the streams I have all the time running, and then I do a Ships TV on top of that.
Yeah, I love being able to see the ships because this is one that, I mean, growing up in Glasgow, we never would really get cruise ships docking when I was a child. Greenock Cruise Port has boomed recently, but when I was young, I sound about 80. Back when I was young, we never really got that many cruise ships coming in, and it was over COVID when I went home to visit my parents, and they live about 20 minutes outside of Glasgow, and I was driving up to Loch Lomond, which is on the way up to the Highlands, and on the way past, I saw a cruise ship almost hanging over the motorway, and I thought, oh my goodness, why is that there? And Azamara had at the time docked their entire ship in their entire fleet in Glasgow, all through the pandemic.
Oh,
so
right.
It's the first time that I've been in a relatively landlocked place, but able to see a cruise ship, and I thought, okay. And yeah, it was probably the last year really I've found this channel, and I just love being able to sit here in the Midlands. So if you are relatively new to the stream, I am currently living somewhere between Birmingham and Leicester, so you could not get further from the ocean in any direction.
No, that's right. You're pretty much slap bang in the middle of the country, aren't you?
No, don't mind. The closest I can get to a cruise ship is a canal boat here. And yeah, it's good to be able to come on and actually see the ships that we all know and love.
It's a bit wobbly. One of the cameras is a bit shaky at the moment for some reason. Oh, there's those starlings again. On the camera.
Yeah, don't take your drone out tonight if they're up.
No, that's a good one. I've already lost 2 drones. I can't really afford to lose another one. One was due to a bird.
Oh, I think I saw your YouTube video on bird strike.
Yeah, it was an oyster catcher. Just took my bird out, and then the second drone just fell out of the sky.
Oh, just totally unannounced?
Yeah, I was droning. Can't remember which ship I was droning, and I went forwards to go towards the ship, and the drone just rolled forward and disappeared into the water.
Oh, there would be there would be nothing worse.
No.
No, thank you. Fun story for anyone who's never been on this class of cruise ship. So, at the back of the ship, all the way up at the top, you can see on the camera we're currently on what looks like a swimming pool. So that is one of the pools at the back of Arvia, and Iona has the same. And when this ship launched, it got so much feedback from the balconies below because people would be in the pool, they'd be splashing, they'd be having a good time as you do when you're on holiday in a swimming pool, and the water would be cascading down onto the balconies below. So yeah, you'd be sipping your cocktail on the balcony below and it would just keep getting topped up.
It's not really what you want, is it?
It's not optimum, I would say.
Actually, there's no one in the pools at the moment, I'm noticing.
I don't know how warm they would be though. I'd imagine you'll get a bit of life in the hot tubs right now, but the pools, it would be a bit chilly, I would imagine.
Possibly, yeah. And I actually, no, saying that, they probably be closed. I think they might be closed at this time of night.
Fair point, they've maybe already shut them. Fair bit of life on those aft-facing balconies tonight, eh?
Yes. Yeah, some very pretty skies out there. Right, I'm just moving around some cameras now. It's sometimes doing this feels like patting your stomach and rubbing your head. You know?
I know I've got the easy job. I'm just sitting here looking at the camera and having a chat.
Yeah.
You're doing all the legwork. Yeah, XL class cruise ships just look so impressive here, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do.
Yeah, I just struggle to get my head around the sheer scale of these. So this one ship, the capacity on the P&O website is 5,200 passengers and 1,800 crew.
Yep.
So when this arrives in port, it's got, what, 7,000
Yep.
people on board?
Absolutely,
It's insane.
Yeah. So many people.
And if you've been on board then, Captain, you can definitely help with... One of the fun facts is that Arvia's got more than 30 places to eat and drink on board. That seems like a huge amount of places.
Yeah, it is. I don't remember how many Iona had, but there were, I think it was 18 bars on Iona. And we were one day, I think it was a day we received coming back from the fjords. So we visited all 18 bars.
Oh my goodness.
We didn't have a drink in all 18 bars, but we visited all 18 bars. And we had a step
Which
cap.
was your favourite?
The Crow's Nest, the one at the very front. Yeah, definitely my favourite.
Yeah.
It's got a lovely view. The staff are really nice. It feels like a really sort of upmarket hotel bar. It's got piano in there as well, with someone playing on it occasionally. So yeah, I really liked that bar. The pub was good, but they're all generally good. But the friends we were with, we had a bit of a competition to see who would be doing the most steps during the day, sort of thing. And they've been quite smug about it. So we went off and filmed all the bars on Iona, and then when we met them up for a pre-dinner cocktail, and they said, "Oh, how many steps have you done today?" And I was like, they said, "Oh, we've done a couple of thousand." I said, "Oh yeah, we've done 14,000." 14,000? I said, "How did you manage that?" I said, "Well, we've been to every bar, and it's surprising. You go up and down the ship towards the back, and I don't quite know what the optimum routing is to visit every bar, but yeah, it's a lot of bars."
Yeah, that's that's so good. Yeah, you've got more willpower than me. I would get to bar number 1, see the bottle of wine, and just relax there.
Yeah, well, some of the bars were closed when we were doing it, so I only just visited them and they weren't open, unfortunately.
So no rum was opened at the time.
No, not that time. Like I say, I would never finish it in a day if that was the case. Yeah, Laura, a lovely day. Well, I think we're probably going to draw us to a conclusion because I don't know about you, but I feel like it's galley time.
100%. I don't think I've ever felt stronger about galley time than right now.
So it's been a pleasure to have you on board, Fraser. Many thanks for joining us on this live stream.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. And to anyone that's come over to my channel and joined me over there, thank you so much as well. And welcome aboard.
Absolutely. I'd like to thank all my subscribers, Patreons, PayPal donors, and of course the Blues Banner crew who were pretty helpful in the chat because I get lost most of the time and I wasn't listening to the radio, so they've helped out enormously in the chat there. Right, I shall be signing off now, shipmates, but I shall keep the stream going. I shall keep the views coming as Arvia departs on her 14th-night cruise. Until next time, shipmates.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you enjoyed that. Sorry about that little
Seas Splendor, busiest. VTS, there's nothing inbound west of the nav tower. The Arc Defender approximately 5 miles southeast of the nav tower inbound to Bravo. Over.
Southampton VPS, ready to go. So it's all fast on our seabirth on Town Quay. Next we're in at 2300 for the midnight sailing.
Ready, your VTS all copied, thank you.
So have a good night.
Southampton VPS, the Redjet 6, through Boston Town Quay.
Redjet 6 VTS, that's all copy. Traffic information, the Arvia. Just south and northwest Natalie outbound will be clear channel vessel. And Red Falcon approaching hand inbound, over.